Welcome back to another week of exciting NECC action. And this one, the first contest, is in the Emergence Division. You Ottawa Golds taking on Holy Cross. Hello, everyone. My name is Novanta. And as always, I am not alone. I'm being joined by the international man of mystery and intrigue, Hyperia. How's it doing, sir?
Mr. Worldwide, but I'm not bald and I'm not about 50 years old, so it's somewhat close, I guess. I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. I'm here and I'm ready to go, and I am more than happy to see this Emergence Division kick us off here today. University of Ottawa, they have had a little bit of a rough start currently. 0-3, but they at least managed to get a few games on the board last week, whereas Holy Cross Crusaders, they are at 1-2, so they at least managed to get an entire series and bring it back home.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's still early yet here in the series, but both teams are looking to find their mid-season form. And I, for one, am excited. We've been waiting for longer than we need to. Let's get into it. Best of 5 series here. If you have a team you support in the chat, now's the time to get loud and to get proud, because these two squads are going to hit head-to-head right there in the pitch of Champions Field.
Absolutely, and obviously, I think it's kind of up to Ottawa to try and prove themselves here today. Have not managed to win a series yet. Have gotten incredibly close last week. Got edged out in that final fifth game. It would be heartbreaking if they do that again. But Holy Cross Crusaders, they do look the favorite on paper coming into this. Alloy and Tazo taking us off. And that will be the kickoff happening. 5 minutes on the clock as usual. Holy Cross versus Ottawa.
Well, Holy Cross has a little bit of that one game advantage, that one series advantage win. But you're right, you Ottawa Golds probably playing with a little extra sauce, because if you drop another series so early in the season, you may have questions about the integrity of your playoff chances.
The game has started. It's Alloy into the attacking end. Raw Beef. He will try and cause some diseases like Raw Beef might just do, but this time it's going to be blocked. Good at a double commit out of Tazo. Didn't trust his teammate, and for good reasons, his teammate ended up missing it. Technocross out to the side. Raw Beef looking for that quick challenge. Actually, his teammate or his opponent just completely misses it, so he gets a free ball. Tazo needs to keep it in the offensive half, and this is looking like a decent start for both sides.
Decent start indeed. We haven't had our first goal yet, and not one team is overly in control, but I like the fact already so early they're taking chances. Too often we have that sussing out period where teams kind of like circle the wagons and not try to make a shot on goal. This is not the case here today.
And Technocross looking for that block. It's Iceburn going across the pitch now, sends it into the opposing corner. Tazo, it's a catch, but the follow-up is not going to be there. Alloy rips a shot, but it would be a relatively easy save for AK. Raft and Raw Beef. Let's see what we can do with this play. Not too much boost in the tank, so you're able to go for a ground play bump going on in the goal line, and that is scary.
Yeah, that is scary indeed. I thought it was two players of opposite teams, but it was teammates getting at it in the net. Definitely a miscommunication, and that just opens up the offing here. First goal on the board.
That is a good shot out of a good angle as well. Tazo biding his time, spotting that the defense doesn't actually go, then just nicely places it around into the back of the net. The goal opens up this series, opens up this game, and it will be Ottawa striking first, looking really solid and putting on the pressure.
Well, far be it for me to be the academic here to quote the art of war, but it seems very much that you Ottawa Gold knows your opponent and they have the advantage. And that psychological advantage easily converted to an actual one. They had one goal up with about 2 minutes gone.
One goal up. Iceburn actually looking to get that tied back up. Doesn't want to take a deficit for too long. It's always scary, and at some point you're going to have to start hurrying. Technochrist up to the skies. AK, Raft, a nice block on, or a Craft rather. Is the proper way to pronounce it. Dr. Iceburn, he's got a little bit of space. Let's see what he can do with the play. Misses it, or at least misses the solo play. Passes it to Alloy, and that's actually a very good play.
Well, it's a good play there, but it didn't really bear fruit for them. But I do like the fact that we're able to connect on other parts of the pitch. Understanding where your teammates are going to go may not bear fruit right now, but that's something that'll give you a little bit of, oh wow, what a save. A little bit of dividends going forward.
Those are always so incredibly scary. They are right behind you. You have to turn either way. You don't know what side. You end up wasting too much time. Then you have to go for a panic clear, but nicely caught by the defense there and not getting a silly goal against them. Alloy wants to go for the solo play. Needs some boost in the tank first. Gives up the play. Raw Beef looking for the second tap. Finds it, but it will be up the post. Iceburn pushes that out wide. Raw Beef passes it back into a Craft. the follow-up. Actually, no, he's not looking for anything at all. He's just waiting until the defense triple commits, and then they might just be able to strangulate an attack here.
Yeah, it was effective, but it wasn't efficient. You didn't really have everyone go up over a ball right there. That says a lack of trust, and that's something you don't really see, especially when you're playing in the game with comms. I wonder what's going on. Is it just 3 individuals trying to be heroes at once, or is everyone not understanding each shorthands? Because you keep doing things like that, it's going to be a tough night for you.
It's going to be incredibly tough if you do not manage to get enough pressure, and that is something we're seeing from the side of Holy Cross. They have been on the defensive half, only managing one shot on Dr. Iceburn. That's going the wrong way. You don't want to set up Tazo for a backboard read, because you know he's got his reading glasses on.
Oh, that was great. Raw Brief brings it down. That was pretty much on frame to begin with, but understanding the foresight to see what could possibly knock the way backboard down, that was fantastic. 2-0.
2-0 in Ottawa. They come into this. You don't see anything of why they would be 0-3 at this moment. They are playing phenomenal. They are playing from game number 1 on out. And they have to start looking at the other teams that have beaten them. They must be either amazing, or I don't know what's going on currently on the side of Ottawa. They are playing phenomenal. Holy Cross. They surely didn't expect this coming into this. Kraft waiting a little bit of boost.
Sorry to cut you off there, Hyphen. I was going to say, you have these teams are so strong, and a lot of times it's really more of a marathon here. Best of 5 means you got to have different ways of winning over a series of games, and I think that's been the Achilles heel for Ottawa.
Yeah, absolutely. And for an analysis like that, you can always cut me off. Iceburn almost cut my sentence off as well. Now it's Alloy back in the midfield. Good force through from Raw Beef into the corner he goes. 30 seconds, and holy Christ, they need to get a goal, or Holy Cross, and it is not the other way. I guess that's what they get for me mispronouncing it.
Well, the weaker team would have probably rotated back and wait for the booming Claire, but a Kraft went for it and got it. That's where you say that victor goes to spoils. That's why they're up 3-0 with nary a goal in response.
Still 30 seconds, but 1 goal per 10 seconds. It's basically impossible in the game of Rocket League, and now they just are going to have to start thinking about that next game already. Holy Cross. They might just not feel this, and that's I always kind of want to write off game number 1, since it's very much a mismatch and you can still warm up. You have a little bit of room, and I also do think that on the side of Holy Cross, they're not playing with their main roster.
Yeah, you play with your main roster to make sure what chemistry is, but you want to make sure you have the depth. So I don't knock them for getting some of their reserve or some of their second options on the pitch there, but you have to bring home the win for your organization. You have a 1-2 record. It's not stellar to begin with. Now's the time to not be timid. This game could have been more goals just because of the defensive mistakes these individuals had in Holy Cross's case. It's something that can be fixed. The question is, can they fix it by the next game?
They're going to have to fix it rather quickly. If we take a look at the scoreboard, we do see Technochrist kind of struggling to stay up to pace. 32 points on the board is not too much to go off of. And he also does have a Season 1 Plat tournament winner. Might be a rather new player coming in with the roster. He needs to try and stay afloat, really, and really try and keep up to pace.
Yeah, you know, I've been in a situation too. When you're someone that kind of relies on being more of a setup person, getting those playmaker medals, when you're in the stream for the first time, jitters get to you. You can't be more of an observer. You want to be the last glass person. You want to be someone to be the reinforcements. But when you're playing this, it's kind of counterintuitive. If you be too timid, you're kind of a liability to your squad. So you're right, Hype. Every person on the Holy Cross team has to step it up.
And the case with a lot of Rocket League players is you're a lot better than you might expect. Your rank doesn't necessarily reflect, and you usually, if you are with higher ranked players, you will play up to that standard. And I do think there's a little bit of stream jitters coming in from Technochrist, considering that his teammates, they have gotten experience playing on stream, and I'm not too sure whether he actually has some experience as well. They do need to try and figure that out, and it's really up to the teammates to say, hey, look, you're amazing, you're doing fine, it doesn't matter. Let's just play this one out. It doesn't really matter how it's going to go, and try and lift some spirits.
This is why I love best of 5 play for that reason, because you can get knocked a couple of times, but you're not knocked down, and here's a shot on frame, and that was so close to being the first one on this one.
Incredibly close, and opportunities like that might just be tough to come by. Actually, Dr. Iceburn is going to find another one or create another one. Technochrist far back in the defense, gets caught off guard by the demo out of Alloy, but Alloy stays close to the play. Raw Beef getting through for free now. Iceburn is in a peculiar situation, and that is exactly why it's a peculiar situation. Lovely pop down and Ottawa goal to take the lead.
Kind of a hook shot there. Robbie goes up, does the backfield, brings it down. Fake me out here in the booth. Forget Dr. Iceburn. And, well, this one here has gone a little bit different. 1-0 favor of Holy Cross. Sorry, favor, yeah.
It is Ottawa currently trying to take that lead, and Holy Cross, they're just getting pressed back on defense. Dr. Iceburn creeping up too close, but do I blame him one bit? Absolutely not. This was just an exquisite angle sniped by Robbie.
Even though it's Rocket League, I think Rob Leaf is tapping into his inner Luigi from Smash Brothers, just flopping around, drawing defenders out of position. It is something unique and it's effective. 2-0.
Rob Beef is stepping up to the plate. 2 phenomenal goals on the board for him in a short matter of time. Holy Cross, they're getting put on the back foot. They might just not be able to cope with it. Technochrist gets it past one. Nice play out of him. Rob Beef looking for that follow-up. Doesn't not find it. And lands into the edge of the box. Alloy pops it up. Dr. Iceburn staying close to it, but it's Craft in the way of it.
Way of it now. They're probably looking to see who's the one to stop the bleeding here. And then I gotta say, especially when you're playing these low-level games, everyone gets kind of a little bit frazzled, and that's when you make more mistakes. Stick to the plan, even though it may not work for the first one. The last thing you want to do is overextend yourself and have yourself on the other end of more goals going the wrong direction.
And I like what Technochrist is doing right there. He's just causing a nuisance, bumping up the opponents, and really causing a stir back in the defense, where his teammates then can try and find some gaps, find the space to move through. And I very much like the adaptation. That also might just be a reason why he didn't get too many points in that last game. If you are just causing nuisance, you don't really get points for demoing. They need to clear this away, though. They can't get behind 3 goals.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Sometimes you don't really have an idea or a shooting lane or a passing lane. Just being in the face of your opponent to put them off kilter, to force them to make a shot when they don't need to. What a save there, High. This is good. This is breaking down fast. I don't go. And now we have ourselves the first goal going the way for Holy Cross.
Dr. Iceburn, I can see why he's got Iceburn, because he's got it in the veins right here. It's a tough situation, but you do need to make it work. Does exactly that. Steps up to the plate, and Holy Cross put themselves back into this match. 1 goal is the differential right now. And a kickoff like that could very quickly stir the pot. Raw Beef up for the angle. He's hit those before. Aircraft looking to go through. It's Tazo out to the corner. Iceberg struggling to half flip into it. Good clear away from Alloy.
Should have been through the net there. Look, you put your opponent down to scoring 1 goal in a game and a half, and, well, you get one past you, so it's up to you to score back as quick as possible to put that psychological clamp back down. But now, not doing that, you're giving your opponents a chance to get back in here if you're Holy Cross. So if you are Holy Cross, use this to your advantage, get a second goal, and tie it up.
You need to try something, and you still have plenty of time, so no force through. And Iceburn pulling the trigger too quickly on that play. Technochrist, last man back, pass in field and pass right back. And oh my word, what a save from Technochrist that is. He's not there for the second save. I don't think he expected to make the first one, because this was crazy. Right place, right time.
That was just academic. The double pass alone was worth the points if it matters, but the making sure to be the insurance to get it past the net. Talk about a game breaker of a shot there, and now they're cruising.
They are cruising and bruising the opposing side. Technochrist not getting in touch. It's Iceburn has to clear it away. Alloy for that follow-up, staying close to the play. Nobody challenging him, so he goes for the pass to the center. Nobody there, so he might just well have got his teammate in the center in the end. Iceburn, what a play, what a position.
I saw this. Robbie was eyeing it. Took too long to make a decision, and that was the offering there. Now, once again, 1 goal separates these 2 squads. We're heading into the witching hour of Game 2. Can they maintain it? Can Ottawa Gold cruise to series point, or will Holy Cross have other plans?
Getting a reverse sweep on Ottawa is going to be so tough, and I think Holy Cross, they need to get one on the board rather now than later. Otherwise, they could just get out of hand, especially in a reverse sweep scenario. Could very well see Ottawa just take it in 3 in the end, but we're not there just yet. It's Iceburn who's got something to say about it, and he's got a goal to say about it.
Guy scoring a goal on top hat, please, right this way, sir. Iceburn taking all the trouble himself to go in the corner, shot on, and, well, the last thing you want to do is put yourself in an overtime possible situation, being tied 3 goals apiece within the last 90 seconds. So, silver goal situation for these 2 squads. I'm not sure I'll give the advantage to.
I have absolutely no clue thus far. Ottawa, they've been able to really build the pressure and try and extend that the entire way. But we see the quick breakaways coming through for Holy Cross, and Dr. Iceburn really leading the charge on that. It could genuinely go either way, and that's why it's silver all right now. Alloy pushed that out wide. Raw Beef passed back into a Craft. That's not a great touch, and Alloy might just be able to prove his worth. Hits it to the backboard, an absolute boomer. But Raw Beef, he has proven his worth many times and will do that again.
That was a clumsy back pass, and that could have been critical. That could have been an awful mistake there, but the shooting accuracy, which has been the Achilles heel for both squads today, except for that one, Raw Beef shuts me up. What a strike.
Of course, it's Raw Beef to shut you up about shooting accuracy. He's gotten the third one on the board right now, and an absolute clanger it is once again. The differential back to 1 in favor of Ottawa. Holy Cross have not been in the lead just yet. The hat trick from Beef is going to match the hat trick out of Dr. Iceburn. Let's hope that somebody from Holy Cross can actually step up as well. Now it's the Alloy. Raw Beef is in the way there.
Well, it looks like Ottawa's going for more of the park the bus mentality, just fortifying their defense. It may be a mistake here. I would say go for one more, but as it stands right now, the record holds. They'll be on serious point with a 1-goal advantage.
Good pass through Iceburn and Alloy, both chasing it up, and one of them needs to stay back, especially for this reason. And Craft, I think he just put in the dagger.
You know what? Daggers are daggers for a reason because they are effective. Look at this touch off the wall and being able to track it down. And, well, there's a lot of space unoccupied by a Holy Cross player. And someone's going to shoot those on frame every day of the week. 5-3.
Obviously, at this moment, Raw Beef is taking that MVP title just into play any single moment. And with 10 seconds remain, the outcome of this game is not going to change. And Holy Cross, they're going to have struggles with their substitute here today. Tazo spikes it down for one last goal. What an angle.
Talk about daggers. This right here must be the twist. Look at this being popped up. The ball would have been spiked down. Rule 0, right? Tazo says, nope. One more for the road.
Absolutely lovely. They just want to cement their lead, get that goal differential, and maybe get some credit at the end of the season by being top scoring team or whatever. And once you got the chances, once you have an opportunity to really accelerate your momentum, since they are still 0-3 in the season on the side of Ottawa, this might just be their first one, and it could very well be a sweep.
Yeah, you look about momentum there, Hive. This game right here was a bit more of a complete performance than the first one. They're getting hotter. They're getting smoother. They're trusting their teammates more, and that's absolutely scary if you're Holy Cross. And all is not lost yet, but you got to pick up the pace. I know rotations are something we talk about and drone on about, especially in the lower divisions, but you got to make sure that you know where you are and your teammates are to cover as much ground as possible.
As rotations and mechanical ability to try and break away, you need all of those properly. And as of right now, Holy Cross, they have an understanding of them. I can see that on the pitch, but they are not quite able to back that up with the mechanics that you also need. So it gets really tough. And Holy Cross, this scoreline of the last game doesn't really do justice to how the game actually played out, since Holy Cross kept it close for incredibly long. And Ottawa, they just took it in the final few seconds.
It's the reason why they call standards being a standard is a standard. It's a team-based game. I understand carries happen in this one, but it doesn't work, especially at the collegiate level. NECC is not built like that, and right now the stronger team is Ottawa.
Absolutely. Let's see whether they can keep on being the stronger team. Tazo pops it out to the side. Technochrist outpaced by Raw Beef, and Raw Beef, he's gotten an acceleration on that that you have never seen before. Alloy that out to the side. Alloy follow up as well. Raw Beef stepping up to the play, and that's also always when you get scary. You just start shivering as soon as you see him take a shot.
Yeah, and that's what it's called, the psychological advantage. Being so good for so long, you see the defense be a little bit more timid when the ball is in front of that defender. And that's the psychological advantage I was talking about earlier in this series. Those matter, especially at this time of the year and in this division.
And that's a weak clear out of Alloy, and then it will be a Craft popping in there, peeping his eye through the window, and it spots the opportunity, a tiny avenue that he could go through, and he takes it.
Yeah, it was a clear from a dead stop, so you weren't going to get much power on hitting that ball away, but that was meat and drink to be collected. 1-0.
1-0 early on for the team that was already up 2-0 throughout the series. This spells trouble for Holy Cross, something they need to right rather quickly. Alloy pass back into Dr. Iceburn. Iceburn has been MVP, and he will show again why I just called him MVP. What a shot.
Iceberg is doing the Lord's work, getting it involved and being that critical for the squad. And we're tied once more, but I got to tell you this, Hype. You have two different kinds of flavors on the pitch right now. Which one's going to break first?
Well, I guess it is Ottawa off of kickoff. Hello, Dr. Iceberg. He can just score from any single angle. You give him kickoff and he'll say, I bet I'll score, baby.
Woo, what a shot there. Just making sure you cover the entire side with your car. That is very, very smart. 2-1 in favor of Holy Cross. Let's see if they get one more.
It's such a weird goal, and well, if anyone is making it, this almost seems like a battle between Raw Beef and Dr. Iceburn. Obviously, there's other players on the pitch to completely back that up, but it is mainly those two stealing the show. And I guess when you've got a top hat like Mr. Or Dr. Iceburn has, you will have to steal the show and put yourself in the spotlight.
Absolutely, man. I mean, look how fancy that is. But you're right. It looks like definitely a 1v1 situation as far as the star players on the program, as we used to say. But even though a minute and a half has elapsed here, only one goal separates these two squads. So no one's really have a clear advantage in this one. But if I'm Ottawa, that plan you worked in game 2 isn't as effective. So what do you have up your sleeve?
Holy cross, they're up in the lead for the first time, and I want to see them be able to hold on to it, extend this series just a bit further, because they have been getting better and better as time goes on, and they will get another one on the board. I already started that sentence before it actually happened, because they are starting to play better and better.
This was so great by the Iceberg, making sure to go on the other side of the ball to hit it clear off the net over to defenders, meaning even if a defender got there, they would have to be a full stretch for a rebound. Didn't need it, only one was needed, and 3-1 in favor of Holy Cross.
3-1 in favor. If you look at the first game, if you look at the last game, you would not have expected that. Well, Dr. Iceberg might just give it away. Raw Beef close to the play, but with 0 boost, it's going to be hard to force anything. Kraft takes to the backward, good pinch center. Iceberg gets it tight, but now Technochrist up to the play. He's slow to it, and then Dr. Iceberg clears it off the line. What a save once again. Alloy can't miss the ball in this position. Iceberg is already doing so much in Technochrist. He's doing so much as well with clearing that away.
This rate of play keeps up. They're going to change the program to Dr. Iceberg University. This fantastic defensive effort and offensive effort, holding off the attack there. This is a whole new team being just soldered by Dr. Iceberg's ability to be all over the pitch when needed.
That drops back into the center. Raw Beef, oh my word, zooms it off the crossbar. Now it's a Kraft up for the play as well, and he will drop it right underneath. It was just the marker from Raw Beef saying, don't hit it there, hit it just a little bit lower than that, and Kraft followed.
Crossbar down to the pass with finesse, with panache and class. They're within one there.
Within one, a kick-up happening yet again. And Ottawa, if they get the comeback here, that might just be the start of their season, and that might just be the accelerant, the catalyzer that they need to start stepping up to the plate, that like they are proven they can do right here and right now.
Well, you talk about the end of the season run, mid-season form, and playoffs. This is what it's about. Being able to go up against the wall for either one of these squads and finding new ways to win. So even though one goal separates these two teams, whichever one walks away from this with the series win has shown a bit of resolve. And that's something you can take to the training pitch next week and definitely with next week's opponents.
Raw Beef, that's a great block on it. Alloy has to clear it away. Raw Beef staying underneath, going for that strangulation play where you just completely suffocate the boost of your opponent's Iceberg. I think he got a flip reset. It's not going to matter. Actually, no, it very much is. Raw Beef tries to take his time with that play. Iceberg attempts to go down the other end, but Raw Beef is in control of the play. Extends it, pops it up for himself, misses the center ball. Technocry staying underneath will block any path towards the goal.
Well, I understand going in the corners because we've realized that both teams have used the corners to their advantage because definitely their defense kind of gives up and tries to go right to net. But that time, I think everyone's pretty much wisened up. You really can't go there all the time because it will be cut off every single time. I think the level of play has definitely elevated their hype.
Absolutely, and Technocry is taken off the pitch. They just need to hold out for one more minute to restart their momentum, to start the reverse sweep. Alloy has a free ball and 100 boost, but that free ball is actually a tricky one to get to, bouncing off the corner very annoyingly. Now they are setting up the attack. That lands in front of goal. They are scrambling to get it clear. Nobody there to try and take this shot. Tazo attempts to keep this into the attacking half. Alloy with a failed clear out. Technocry needs to step up as Iceberg, who just wants to do it for him, jumps in front of the play, and Technocry, he's just another body in the goal right now, and it's working out perfectly for them.
I am holding my breath. I am clutching my pearls. This right here is breaking down. This is like a bad case of volleyball. Everything is being knocked around. No control. I don't know which way it's going to go. We're in the last 15 seconds of this one. And if this holds, Holy Cross might get one for the series tally.
Tazo, he wanted that shot, but Raw Beef, he wanted it as well. And there could have been a better opportunity, but they still have it to keep the ball off the ground. Kraft missing the ball, passing that back to the center, and that will be game. And Kraft throws it away out of reach from anyone of his team, and it's Holy Cross taking the first one.
It looked like they were looking for one more shot on goal, but that wayward pass was the difference. And now the bell has rung. We have ourselves a first victory for Holy Cross. The sweep isn't going to happen, but will Holy Cross get the reverse sweep? This is what I'm asking about you, Hyperia. So many teams understand what's not working early, and they adapt. Can Ottawa see what Holy Cross has implemented and find the antidote? That's a question I have.
I think as of right now, Holy Cross, they're adapting in such a phenomenal way where they are not really having the standard rotation. They're cutting quite a lot, and Dr. Iceburn is just chasing the play the entire time while they have Alloy and Technocries to try and clear up any ball that does go on target, which is incredibly smart because there has been some failed clears out at the start, and Dr. Iceburn, he's just not taking chances anymore.
Oh, absolutely. I understand having a 1-1 formation, but the idea is if you see that happening in your case of Ottawa, you take out the second person. This case, Alloy. You knock Alloy out the play, there'd be no service to Dr. Iceburn, and you cut the head off the snake. Will they do that? Will they put up the aggression here to get that series win? Only time will tell.
Only time will tell, and that time will be right now. Getting into that fourth game. This is an important one. Every single time Holy Cross are fighting for their lives, they need to revive themselves back into the series. They're at least getting past day number 1, but they've got day number 2 and day number 3 to get past, and obviously those stand for these games.
Yeah, like I said, we're heading to the mid-season here, and you know there's not much margin for error for trying things and making your series, dropping series, so I know both these teams want to win, especially Ottawa. They want to get in the wins column. They've been so strong so far, but now it's about resilience.
Tazo pinching to the center. Raw Beef with follow-up. Does he have a flip? Doesn't really matter because he almost finds his touch by his lonesome Craft. Nicely lofting that on target. Absolute shambles on the goal line, but Dr. Iceburn gets credited with this save in the end. Alloy staying close to the play. Tazo pops it to the center, or at least attempt to do so. Raw Beef still jumping in, and Technocries, what a save.
Yeah, Technocries came down out of nowhere. I thought that goal was dead to rights, but just doing the full stretch, making sure that it's still locked at 0 apiece here. I think both teams know what's at stake, and they've turned up the pressure.
Turning up the pressure, making them worry, making ice in the veins completely burn away, and I don't know what happened to the defense here, but it is Holy Cross up to a quick lead.
I think it was the pilfer off the wall. I think everyone kind of thought it'd be wide, and it just, Dr. Iceburn was there for the assurance, didn't need it, and Holy Cross, again, the first one to score in this one.
A goal differential. Holy Cross, they were able to hold it for a minute, but now they need to do it for 4 minutes. We're trying to extend, of course. That's the best play. That's the most comfortable play. Iceburn, he's really stepping up to the play and bringing the game to Raw Beef, who has gotten a lot of creative freedom on that attacking end. Iceburn says, not anymore. You're getting shut down. You're not getting any room.
Yeah, it's going to think about creativity. I think a lot, if you want to have an award for creativity, it's a lot more for Ottawa. They're trying more things in different spaces, but you know what? If you know what's working, especially making sure Dr. Iceburn is there, being your blunt instrument, your battering ram, your bullhorn, that's been working for them too. So there are two different styles of play here, and I wonder which will be the one that you adapted first. But right now, the shot of an Alloy, but that's what I'm saying. The aggression from Holy Cross has just been giving them so many more opportunities on goal.
With Dr. Iceburn, that's an awkward clear away. Tazo attempts to get it back into the center. Alloy surely has to punch away to the side. Indeed does. It's a weak one, but Alloy has the follow-up directly afterwards. Is weak, and that's what caught Tazo off guard. It's a smart play out of Alloy. Sometimes just putting less power behind is actually the smarter play instead of trying to boom it as hard as you can.
Yeah, that's definitely a sign of elevating your play, is using finesse when needed. So many times, especially at lower division, you say, boom it away as far as you can. But once people counter that and you get it stuffed back in your face, you go, okay, let me try a little bit of that finesse.
Raw Beef will have to try and get some finesse on that. We'll go for the second tap, and Raw Beef, he's had enough of Dr. Iceburns' shenanigans. He steps up to the plate as well and just jumps in front of his team.
This possession, everyone, a sea of blue car showed up at net at a hungry dog at Thanksgiving dinner, tied up, one apiece.
One apiece right at halftime. Holy cross. They've been playing decently, but also on the other end, they're figuring out the play style. But try and figure this one out in your face. Iceberg says that a good half volley.
Well, that's what I was saying. How many times we said this? Dr. Iceberg cutting through the defense like a knife to hot butter, just making sure that it's past the net. 2-1. Holy Cross once again out in front around halftime.
This has been happening so incredibly quickly. All of a sudden, the goals just started popping off. Dr. Iceberg pops it into a Kraft. Tazo missing the shot, but that actually allows an avenue for a Kraft, who then goes for the fake. He didn't expect Dr. Iceberg to be right behind him and bump him up. Raw Beef, the initial touch was decent, and the follow-up gave it away.
Yeah, that's what the situation there. It looked like Raw B was going to take it down and go the other way, but that second touch was enough to be knocked loose. And sometimes you will have these exchanges where if you don't win the series, you go, what coulda, woulda, shoulda. That may be a play that may root or forget. Or not. Or not.
I mean, I've never seen a space launch, but this is certainly the closest I've ever been to one. An absolute rocket fired at the back of the net by Raw Beef, and a phenomenal passing play. They combine to pull it level yet again.
85 miles per hour. That's a fastball right there in a baseball stadium. And I think, and rightfully so, they're high. This is another tie game because both these two teams, compared to their game one form, it's like two different squads.
Raw Beef now just turning in, giving a lot of space on the side of Holy Cross and letting them figure things out. Iceberg letting it over to Alloy. Alloy pops it past one. Can he get past another one? And Kraft is able to catch it. He does get bumped. Completely shakes that one off and then forces it through. He's been to Jim. He's absolutely went to the weightlifting scene and pulled up massively.
This is the gentleman's thief of a play. Over your opponent, hits the crossbar, and follows it down. Doesn't wait for a teammate to do it. In this case, being selfish, bared fruit. 3-2. It's Ottawa out in front. I think a little bit of flash of game one is seeping back in.
What a muscle through as well. Tazo, no muscle needed for that, just speed, and he does manage to generate that. Iceberg fakes it out, wants to go past Raw Beef, not going to manage, but Alloy sneaks it through the center. It's Tazo with the touch, taking across. They're starting to put themselves in aggressive position, and way too early on, they will get punished, Rick.
Well, look at this one here. It was a tap by Tazo, but it hit an opponent, popped up in the air, chasing it down with the bump over. I don't know if that's calculated or luck, but it was fantastic. 4-2.
Doesn't matter what it is in the end, as long as it ends up in the back of the net, or at least I'm sure that's what Ottawa are saying. They are certainly happy they got another goal on the board, and this has been a series that Holy Cross revived themselves in. Even though this is looking terrible for themselves, this was looking terrible for them, but they still had the mental fortitude to pull up and bring the game towards a dominant side.
You're absolutely right. Holy Cross has a lot to be proud of. They speed up their pace when needed to. They found a way to cut a defense which was stronger than them on paper. But I think ultimately, when it comes down to one thing they can improve on this series, is you have to have a dedicated second scoring option. Because once Iceberg's out of position, there goes the entire scoring attack. 4-2 with less than 30 seconds to go. Things can happen here. It's a strange game. They're hyped, but it looks like Ottawa will be rolling on.
Ottawa, they're looking incredibly solid. Alloy chasing this ball down. Tazo for a weird flip off the sidewall. Iceberg staying underneath, and this is, you want to take control, but at the same time you want to boom it forward. That's at least not what you want to do. Kraft not getting their shot, but I think it's too little too late. Alloy that has one last attempt, but I think this is all for show and all for their own personal feelings, because this game is done and dusted. It will be Ottawa getting their first series victory on the board.
Well-deserved and well-earned. I'm sure the supporters in the chat were sweating a bit, but at the end of the day, the team that played the best team game won. Ottawa go, congratulations. You win this one, and I think that this may be a change of your season form.
It could very well be. That's something they will very much take to heart. They get something on the board now. They're able to kind of generate some momentum off of that. I absolutely love it. And on the other side, they were not playing with their main roster, which already is very easily shaken off, thinking, oh yeah, no, we had a sub in there who might not be as experienced on stream. It is fine. We'll get them next time.
Yeah, it happens sometimes, but chemistry wins the day. I mean, you have reserves, you have second tier options. It can't be an excuse, not in the midseason there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a phenomenal game to be watching, but we had a little bit of a delayed start, so we're gonna try and catch up to that rather quickly. We do have plenty of other games coming up, plenty of other phenomenal series. We're going to go to the Champions Division next. It will be Converse versus Golden Girls. Don't go anywhere because we will be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League week number 4. My name is Bass on the Pass, and join me in the booth here today once again is the lovely Novanta. Novanta, you had a heck of a first series, but now it's time to get into the second. We move into Challengers Yellow here for HCC Dragons versus the University of Ottawa Gray. Two incredibly strong teams, one at 3-0, another one at 2-1. But maybe it's time for the upset. Maybe the undefeated team finally takes a loss here in week number 4.
Yeah, if this is your first time watching Challengers action, welcome. You're in for a treat. This is a high level of gameplay. The parity is all over, but you're right there, Bass. It's about upsetting the apple cart. Can they do it? Can Ottawa Gray do it? Have a win like their other squad earlier in the stream and get a little bit of a spoiler action, if you will? Break up the undefeated path of HCC? I don't know, but I wish they had a chance to, and they'll have it right now.
And we're going to have to find out. Best of 5 on your screen here. HCC in the light blue, Ottawa Gray in the gold. We're going to have to find out if these two teams can battle it out, can find themselves that win. Obviously, on paper, HCC coming to this one the favorites, but their opponents are no slouches. Ottawa Gray taking a fantastic season so far, starting off with a win, bouncing back from a 3-0 sweep in Week 2, and then taking a 3-2 Game 5 win over the Hofstra University Gold last week. So this should be a pretty even matchup here, Novanta. Both teams are going to throw everything they've got at one another, and it should make an incredible 5-game series.
Yeah, even though it's 3-0 versus 2-1, these two teams are sharp as attack. When it comes together, it's going to be a battle downtown like Godzilla and Mothra, I tell you. But yes, you're right. ACC is rocking undefeated, and we've seen these stars before last season, like Logs and Trees and Nobles. So good to see it back in form here, willing to contribute to their squads.
We're going to have to find out, though, if that experience, that veteran status is going to be able to propel them to a victory here in game number 1. So far, a minute played, and both teams just kind of going back and forth. No one really finding themselves a solid shot on target. Despite 5 shots here out of Ottawa Gray, most of them have been kind of lackluster. So they're going to have to find something a little bit more deadly if they want a shot going into the back of the net here. They can find something with this midfield presence. No such luck. HCC now going to try for their first offense all game. Not able to register a shot on, but with almost about a minute 15 gone here, both teams having great opportunities, Novanta.
What I like about these two teams are kind of like picking the same lot. You try the easy solutions first, and when those aren't working, and they go more and more complex. That's why we haven't seen a goal quite yet. Doesn't mean these two teams aren't working to find a path that works for them. And even though it's 0-0 now, I'm thinking there's some spectacular goals in just about a second.
Yeah, I have a feeling that something's going to pop off here, and it's going to be absolutely insane. First thing, though, is that HCC still need to find themselves a shot. 2 minutes of gameplay gone here, and they do not have a registered one. Meanwhile, on the other end, Ottawa Gray have 5 total registered. So it's one of these things where overwhelming offensive pressure is fantastic, but it doesn't mean much if they can't find a shot. So let's see if they can change that up here. Noob going to pop one out into the corner where Arrow will get a 50-50. This should be a third touch from Logs and Trees. We'll put it on target, but easily saved by Jobone and smacks that one out to go the other way. And Novanta, it's been end-to-end so far, but again, HCC just not quite able to find themselves a solid shot. And you know who will? Coat will indeed, and we'll put Ottawa Gray up by 1.
Oh, that was kind of like, all right, Locked in Trees, I'm going to do what you do, we'll do it one step better. Coat was there with the simplest of touches, but it was going in anyway. Why not get the extra touch and points for yourself? We have the broken deadlock. When I said fantastic goals, that's exactly what I'm talking about there, Bass.
Exactly that. And shout out to Russell Westbrook, the king of stat pad, and he's going to show himself a little bit of how to do that here in this game. Fantastic first goal and a great way to put yourself on the board here. University of Ottawa doing a good job at putting a statement on early. And again, this is the team that really needs to find momentum in this series, Novanta. They are 2-1, which is not a bad start, but in comparison to a team which is undefeated, you really need all the momentum in the world if you want a chance at taking down the big dogs.
But sometimes that might be a little bit of your curse there. I know you want to have that passion of being the one to take down an undefeated squad, but sometimes you might get yourself a little bit overzealous there, and more calm teams can capitalize like that.
That's exactly what you were talking about here, and it's just that patient play. Tanwan, not the greatest touch off the backboard, and easily Arrow will dive in there. And sometimes that's how it goes. Two teams which are playing pretty evenly. It's just one little mistake, and then all of a sudden someone will capitalize. And, well, that was the HCC Dragons so far here. Fantastic start for both teams. A battle for sure, but the question is who comes out on top? Because with 2 minutes remaining, we're getting close to that golden goal scenario, Novanta.
Golden goal scenario is there. So we saw the shots on frame, we saw the angles, and what's happening now is the aggression. The last 30 seconds alone, there have been more bumps than any other exchange so far. So I feel the gloves are coming off. The question is now, who's going to be more creative to link up in the mid-pitch? So far, the uncharted territory for these two squads.
We're gonna have to find out. It really does feel like it's getting more and more tense the further we get into the series, which obviously should be expected. You expect both teams to start playing better and better as they go on, but the passing play is really starting to develop as well. Arrow just a little bit off with that shot, but nonetheless, the offense really starting to blossom here for HCC. Again, through over 2 minutes of play, they did not have a single registered shot. Now we get into the last minute of play, and they have 5 as well as a goal to show for it. Let's see if they can find a 6. They will get a 6 shot that'll be blocked by Code, easily sent the other way by Tanwan, and now all of a sudden is an opportunity. Can Ottawa Gray slot one in here and take the upset win in game number 1? Ooh, not quite able to get much of an offense there. They actually throw all 3 players at an offense, meaning it's going to be a desperation save on the back end. 2 of them in a row. Both players from Ottawa Gray standing up when they needed to. Fantastic defensive stand, and it could just result in them being able to hold out for an overtime here in game number 1.
Getting the savior medal, and rightfully so. That could have been a game breaker there for them. And well, we're talking about shots and shots on frame. It's really one of those thoughts that we look at after the fact, but in the run of play, I don't really think it's that much to be focusing on. It's almost like a fight. You can hit someone with 1,000,001 jabs or 1 haymaker when it's needed. Because right now, we're still tied at 1 apiece as we enter the last 30 seconds of game 1.
And you know everybody loves that haymaker, that random swing out of nowhere that just completely jaw drops the entire place, including, well, your opponent as well. Question is whether or not we see it already, and I think we just did. Jobone gonna get a freebie with 13 seconds left. Unfortunate miss off the backboard from Arrow, but it's gonna be enough that it might just cost them the game.
Well, if you're talking about haymakers and hook shots, that shot was right below the belt, bottom floor. It was a difference, 2-1.
Good stuff so far here out of both teams, really showing that they're going to battle it out, and if you want to take a win, it's going to have to be hard-fought. And, well, hard-fought victory here in game number 1 as it wraps up for Ottawa Gray, unless we can see this one kept up by HCC and taken the other way, which it will not. Hits the ground, and Ottawa Gray hold on in the narrowest of fashions to take the victory here, and this is everything we were hoping for, Novanta. For a team like this who comes into this one a little bit lower-seeded on paper, you need momentum in your favor, and this is the perfect way to do so.
Who doesn't like an underdog, right? Except if you're a supporter of HCC. Look, Ottawa Gold in the last game got the win. Ottawa Gray now has that first win in this series. It's not over yet. It's still early. Because I think HCC does have a path to victory because they got within 1 goal of making a possibility. It's that passing place. There's so many passes, that second touch went a little bit astray, and that cost them possession. And you have to have the ball to score with the ball, HCC. So I want to see that more in game 2.
Yeah, it's a big thing here is they just need more chances. Eventually, they did find them during the back half of this game and almost able to equal out their opponent's shot total at Ottawa Gray at 9 versus HCC at 8. But the reality was that they just didn't really find that offense until it was a bit too late. At a certain point, if you're playing from behind the whole time, you're never going to be in favor. So for HCC here, it's about starting off on the right foot in game number 2. You've had your warm-up game. You had a great warm-up game at that. You kept it very close in one where you looked rather behind. Now the question is whether or not you can run with that momentum, take yourselves in favor in game 2, and even out this series. Novanta, I have a feeling we go to game 5 here. It feels like both teams are pretty even. If we don't have this series extend to its fullest, I will be a little bit disappointed, to put it simply.
Oh, yeah, I want an epic clash like this because for a 2-1 team, it looks like you couldn't tell which team was undefeated the way that game 1 was going back and forth. So I, too, give me a best of 7. Give me a best of 11 there, Bass. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, exactly. I'll take a best of 11 any day of the week. I bet these two teams, though, are going to prefer to just try and take this one 3-0, or more specifically, Ottawa are going to try and take this one 3-0, want the clean sweep to just put a statement out here in the NECC. But first, they're going to have to hold on defense here. Scary shots ringing on target for HCC to start this one off, and similarly, same for Ottawa Gray. Both teams seemingly throwing everything they have at offense right now. We might have a shootout on our hands, Novanta, and hey, I am not one to complain about that.
So this is something that really happens when you have a team that gets stunned in the first game. So you have a stronger team, want to get that quote-unquote win back, which is folly. You don't want to go off pace just because of that. At the same time, you have a team that hit that punch on the chin of a stronger team. They want to go if they go for another one. So you're going to see a little bit more frantic play in the first minute and a half until they settle down. And the one that settles down first tends to be the one that wins that second game.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is that it's really about making sure you are consistent and that you play very consistently. For a team that starts to get a little bit panicked and a little bit frazzled, it's not usually going to benefit them. So it's going to make sure to try and stick with the strategies that you know won you game number 1 if you were Ottawa Gray. And for HCC, it's the strategies that kept you in the game during the latter half of that one. So far, though, neither team being able to successfully pull off any of their strategies, as we're a minute 15 into this one without a single goal. That could all change here, though. Empty time, empty space out in midfield, but no such luck on the follow follow-up shot. So instead, it's a booming clear, which will try and link up with Arrow. No such luck, but Nooble waiting out on the wings, and one more time, HCC back on offense.
You're seeing a little bit more pulling away from that wall crawling thing because you know 2 of the goals that happened in the last game came from just dispossessions where you're trying to dance in that last third. So I think both teams are wising up, which also shows that these 2 teams are elite. So I would not be surprised if these 2 squads, oh what a save! If these 2 squads meet up in the playoffs because the later play has been so crisp and so clean currently.
Yeah, that's the big thing here is that this may be the matchup they find for the season, but considering how strong the 2 teams have performed, there's a pretty good chance they find each other again later in playoffs. So a little bit of a preview to what they might find here and a little bit of insight that they can take for the road, save the replays, look back on them when that matchup inevitably happens again. But first, you're going to have to figure out who wins this first matchup because both teams battling it out back and forth here in game number 2. One thing is for certain though, Novanta, HCC have recognized where they were finding success in game number 1 and are thoroughly running with that here in game number 2.
Yeah, they're definitely pulling the trigger many a times. And we're seeing Ottawa great with these saves are just basically faith, just jumping leaps of faith. And those are a good sign to say you have the psychological advantage. But now, if you're HCC, psychological advantages mean nothing if you can't put the ball through the net. Now's the time. You have the team on the back foot. You have them against the wall. You have to execute.
That's the big thing is that it's one thing to get this pressure. It's another thing to find this pressure into a goal and turn it into something greater. Talk about this a lot. Consistency is key, but also efficiency is going to be key. Saw a team, I think, launch 20-some-odd shots in professional play the other day, and they lost the game. So to kind of put it simply, if you're going to put a bunch of shots on, you better make them count every single time, and at least keeping up the pressure like you're seeing right here. ACC doing a good job, but when they do put a shot on target, they make sure to have someone rush in for the follow-up to not allow that alleviation of pressure that Ottawa Grey are so desperate for right now. They are boost starved, they are in awkward positions, and they are desperate to get this one out because otherwise Arrow will double tap like that. The inevitable goal after the slow burn does arrive, Novanta, and it's a banger at that.
Well, I was looking at Arrow's cam while that shot was on frame, and I was taking for a ride. The space, the technique, and the execution was the difference. Inside 2 minutes, we have a 1-0 scoreline favoring HTC.
Fantastic back and forth so far here. Novanta, this really has been everything we could have hoped for, but unfortunately for Ottawa Grey, it's not exactly what they were hoping for here. They wanted to take that 2-0, give themselves the best chance possible at taking down the big dogs here, the big dragons, I should say. But if you keep giving time and space to Arrow to set up his teammates, you will get punished. That time not on target, but again, the diving challenge out of Arrow will keep this offense together. And they're really starting to become an integral player here. 7 shots in this game, Novanta. If there is an offense going, you can guarantee a shot out of Arrow.
Yes, 7 shots on frame, but I bet Logs and Trees will want that shot back. That was a chance to put this game beyond doubt, and I hope it doesn't come back to bite them in the rear end. We have a 1-goal difference, which is the worst scoreline to beat because the pressure's at an all-time high. Can they maintain that, or will we have ourselves a tie game?
We're going to have to find out here. Very little time left on the clock. Not even a minute of play, and both teams are getting very close to another goal here. But it's HCC who will tack on the next one. 2-0 with 37 seconds left. And Novanta, at that point, that might be the last goal we see.
And maybe it was a little bit more of that make them wait time. I see how you going out there, Arrow, with the off-the-wall shot. Why not? Double the score line inside the last minute. That's all you need to do.
That's a fantastic way to really put an emphasis here on game number 2, but a little bit of awkwardness on the back end here. There's a chance that Ottawa might be able to cut this lead in half, and if they can do so quickly enough, they do have a chance. Jobone, though, not the greatest 50-50, and it's going to force Coat to dive into that one, too. Does have 100 boost in the tank, but awkward position where Nooble is just chasing them down. Logs and Trees, though, waiting in the wings, will get the 50-50 versus Tan1 to keep this offense together. And with 12 seconds left at this point, it's really looking like a back and forth, which I think is going to end in an HCC victory. Not enough time left for Ottawa Grey, but maybe they can get one for the road and prevent the shutout. They almost found it off the back of an own goal there, but no such luck. Instead, this one goes the other way, and it will drop to the ground. HCC take the win in a very dominant fashion here in game 2, shaking off that loss there in game number 1, Novanta.
You're absolutely right there. It's all about space, and the only person that, or the only card that had space was Arrow. 2 shots coming out of almost nowhere was a difference maker. Even though the scoreline benefits HCC in a very, very statement win, it really was closer when it comes to the teams and reacting to each other on the pitch. We're getting our game 5. I can almost feel it there, Pass, because these 2 teams are hungry.
I think the big thing here is that if we do want to see that game 5, though, it's up to Ottawa if they want to try and get there. They need to slow down their opponents right now. We talked about how in game number 1, HCC for the first basically half of the game struggled to find more than a single shot. You get into this one, they not only outshoot their opponents by 4 times, no, 4 times the amount, I think, or 3 times the amount. Caster math is always going to be bad here, but 12 shots to 4. Ottawa Gray just didn't have the opportunities in that game. HCC just kept them locked into their half, and that's evident by the also, I believe, 7 saves that they forced out of the team as well. So it's one of these things where as much as HCC do look like they're in the stronger half right now, if Ottawa Gray can just find a little bit more offensive pressure, I think we have a much more even game.
You nailed it. They're a counterattack team, and HCC didn't give them the chance because they were like a swarm of bees all over the goal. So if it's not working, if you can't pickpocket anyone, you can't pickpocket the Flash, for example, find a new way to get some balls past the net.
Well, they're going to have to try and play a little bit creatively here in game number 3, because if they do not, that means HCC will go on to match point. But similarly, if HCC can't keep up their consistency, Ottawa Gray will do the same. Chance for both teams to put themselves 1 game away from finishing out this series. Question is who comes out on top. Game number 3 underway here. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a slugfest, and it's one I'm excited to watch with you, my friend Novanta.
I gotta tell you, there's Bass. I've been on the edge of my seat quite literally. I may tip over in my chair because I feel like every time someone takes a loss, they come back even stronger. It's almost like they're getting better between every break, between every game. And these two teams who are dragging out, they will have a fight. They want to see who's going to win the series.
I'm very excited to find that out as well. 30 seconds into this one, neither team able to find themselves a solid shot on target here. 2 shots registered for Ottawa Gray, but both easily saved out, and I do like that they're putting a little bit more offense here. They started off game 1 very offensive, and it led them to a very solid victory, but that's a little bit of an awkward touch out of midfield. Joe Bone will get demoed because of it, and now a chance for ACC. The startup in offense, and for Arrow to try and continue stunting as before. Goes for the redirect out of the corner, and hey, listen, an ambitious play for sure, but if you hit that, that's basically the end of the series.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's all about confidence, right? You hit those before in game 2, you're going to go for it, and why should not? Keep going if you're hot until you're hot no more. And even though it did not bear fruit for them, it really lets people know on the Ottawa side that maybe they have a chance. Sorry for Cass to curse it, man. Okay, why not? Win a shot the other way there. We have ourselves an opening score, but not from HCC, but it's from Ottawa Gray.
Fantastic play all around there. I was a little bit confused why that one went in, and then I noticed that a midfield Coat going demo chasing completely bumps out the defense there. Actually demolishes the defense there. Doesn't let them even go for a save. So Ottawa Gray playing a little bit clever here, but can they hold on to that clever goal for the next almost 4 minutes of gameplay? 1 goal I don't think is going to be enough to shut down HCC. You're going to have to get a couple more, and that safety net included. But they're not even going to be able to get an offense together here. Back out to midfield, and once again, HCC starting to get that lockdown offense where they just kind of play out at midfield and wait for their opportunities. They are forced to go back into their own half, but it is only momentarily as Newble dribbles this out to midfield. Logs and Trees will get the follow-up, but it's not really that clean of one. So instead, it's up to Tonwan to throw this one out to the center where Arrow will be waiting and will send it the other way. Double commitment in the corner here, though. Both teams starting to look a little bit nervous. It feels like the pace of play has upped, and both teams are starting to kind of abandon their rotations because of it.
Yeah, so Ottawa Gray have that goal going the other way. You may say calculated, you may say luck. That puts an undue pressure on yourself to double that scoreline as quick as possible because your opponent goes, what do? We made a mistake, and there's a bit of hesitation. But now we're going to a little bit of that there. What a save from Tanwan. What we're seeing now is both teams are saying, okay, look, we have that 1 goal difference. What can we do? And it's become a bit more of a battle. A lot more bumps, a lot more sloppy attempts on those aerials. And what we're going to have right now is a little bit of a back and forth until someone figures out what the new game plan is.
Well, there's one game plan. How about force the other team to own goal there? Ottawa Gray going to find themselves a... Look, I don't want to call this a lucky goal, but this is about as lucky as you can get. Arrow pops it off the ceiling. Newble just happens to be going backwards. Slams it perfectly into the top right. I mean, hey, listen, if that was the other team, I would have called the goal luck in the first place. So when it's an own goal, you kind of got to add that on as well.
Here's the deal. That goal was lucky, but most of the goals that Ottawa scored has been luck. They are just the purveyors of bad luck to other teams, which is cool. It's like a cool X factor they have to make teams make the mistakes that give them the wins.
Listen, it's an X factor I'll never be able to understand at a certain point, because I'm basically just going to say, yep, you do you continue the way that you want, and apparently it's going to be enough of a continuation that you'll take the 2-goal lead with 2 minutes remaining here. Ottawa Gray really impressing me here, and I got to say, it's also extremely impressive because they looked very uncomfortable in the last match. They were doing a lot of offensive pressure from HCC, and a lot of teams will take that pressure and then get kind of nervous. They'll get in their own head and go, all right, I don't know how to break out of our own half. We're going to have to find something else. And when they start to try and figure out that strategy, they don't really effectively communicate. This time, Ottawa Gray seem to have a plan here. It's not necessarily going to be an aggressive plan. It's not going to be one that always gives them perfect opportunities, but they make the most of every single chance they get. And with 90 seconds left, it's looking like they might make the most of this series and put themselves on match point first.
You hit the nail on the head. Look, Ottawa's an effective team, but not a creative team. When HCC was shooting balls all in the corners, all different angles, they were stunned like that. You gotta make sure, if you're HCC, to put your opponent on the back heel, using angles, using the back post, using the walls, using the post to your advantage.
I mean, hey, that's one way to get yourself back into this game. 75 seconds left, the lead cut in half, and now HCC absolutely have a chance. They just need to find one more good passing play like that on offense, and also, don't own goal. Please don't do that. Let's not have another one of those here with 70 seconds left. We're going to have to find out whether or not they can do exactly that, though, because they are back on offense here, but it's a little bit of a lackluster one. Logs and Trees will get the flick, but Coat going to be there for the follow-up, and oh boy, with a minute left, if they do concede one more, I'm pretty sure Ottawa Gray are going to take this.
Pro tips here from our casters: don't own goal. That's advice you can take to the bank, but you're absolutely right there, Bash. Here's a chance for them to tie it up here, and it may happen from Arrow. What a shot! Oh my goodness me!
And again, with the physical plays in front of the net here. Logs and Trees and Nooble both go for this, and Nooble recognizes, hey, maybe I shouldn't be here, so maybe I can do something, and takes the demo in front of the net, clears the path open, and easy shot to slot on in for Arrow. All of a sudden, we're all tied up, and I don't even think it's been 45 seconds since we saw that first goal. In the matter of basically a minute, HCC have gotten right back into this one.
Yes, they have, and that's a mark of good teams and great teams, being able to see the score line, understand the clock, and using it to their advantage. But what could have been the tiebreaker silver goal situation, but that was all for naught.
That was it. That was the chance. I don't think you're going to get one much better. Ottawa Gray, unfortunately, not recognizing that everyone from HCC was scrambling back. Had they just put that one a little bit more center as a pass rather than a shot, that was inevitably going in, as the second man for Ottawa Gray was by far faster than the recovery from HCC. But unfortunately, they can't really hang their heads low right now, because we go to overtime in Game 3, and if morale is not on your side, that is going to weigh you down heavily. And in a match like this, where the winner goes on a series point, you've got to keep your head in the game and got to be ready to score at any moment.
The thing about overtime is that pressure of having the ball reset, all that momentum you have, starts from a dead stop, trying to frame a coach there to make sure that's an epic save. I'm saying all that momentum you have on the run of play gets reset. You have to come up with a new strategy from ground zero to get one past the net. And I got to give the advantage to ACC, but the longer this goes on, it may be an opportunity for Ottawa to come out with a win here.
We're going to have to find out, though, if we do see that win from Ottawa. I would agree. I think the longer we go on here, the more opportunity that one of these counterattacks is going to work out. Maybe it can be this one here. 10-1 puts this one out to the center, and Showbone is there for the follow-up. This one pops high, though, where there'll be another touch from Ottawa Gray. Not going to happen, actually, at all. Coat instead will play patiently, and I like this patient play that we're seeing out of Ottawa Gray. They're waiting for their opportunity. They do not want to overexpose themselves on defense and then let in an easy goal from HCC. They know their opponents are fast. They've just got to be a little bit quicker, and so far, they haven't really been able to do that. Arrow pops this out to Nooble. Shot on target, and that's a way to end in overtime. Beautiful passing play, and once again, HCC stuns.
The eggs are people, they'd be losing their minds in the stands there about that passing play in overtime series point. Wow.
I cannot believe that. A 3-goal comeback out of HCC. They were down by 2 goals with less than 2 minutes remaining. And Ottawa Gray, unfortunately, though, could not find themselves another one. Matter of fact, I don't think they actually found themselves more than one more shot. I'm pretty sure they were 3 for 2 going into that 2-minute mark and then finish off the game with only 4 shots total. So, again, HCC, that late game team, they've shown this already once before, Novanta. You get them into the back half of the game, and if you don't have multiple goals in your favor, or heck, more than 2 goals in your favor, I'm not sure you're going to be able to stop them.
Look, when it comes down to it, good teams have the skill, great teams have the resolve. Being down for so late in the game, a team would have said, you know what, drop this one, we'll get him back next time. HCC dug deep, and now they're at series point.
I gotta use that one in the future. That's a fantastic quote right there. Good teams have the skill. Great teams have the resolve. I'm gonna have to remember that one and just completely write that down, my friend. You're just an absolute wealth of knowledge, Novanta. And well, your wealth of knowledge might just be able to lead HCC to a victory here because you've called everything they've done correctly. Getting that offense together, showing up when it counts, and finding those passing plays has led HCC to a 2-1 victory right now, or excuse me, lead in the series. It might lead them to a victory if they can take another one, but we're gonna have to find out. It is game number 4 of this fantastic series. Novanta, you and I were both calling a game number 5 after watching the first one. You still think we get to that game 5, or do you think that this is where HCC wrap it up?
There's only one thing they have to do if you're Ottawa Gray is let Coat have a second touch. When you do one clear improvement and you think of someone else, it may not work out in your favor. Give Coat a second touch, have the defense come towards them, and you give yourself more scoring options. They do that, game 5 City, baby.
We're going to have to find out, though. Game number 4 underway here. We're both hoping for a game 5. Ottawa Gray are obviously hoping for a game number 5, but HCC would love to finish this one in 4, want to just cap this one off and keep their undefeated streak alive in 3-1 fashion. First up, they got to break out of their own half. Awkward passing play out of midfield, so Tonwan's going to take full advantage of that, but Coat, not the greatest 50-50 there, and it's up to Jobone to send this one the other way. Newble with a good touch out to the center, though, and Logs and Trees will have to recover. A little bit of awkward play here. HCC maybe playing a little bit too fast for their own good, especially with double commits like that. They've got to be careful. If they start getting reckless here in this, oh my word, 4th game of the series, it could come back to bite them. Similarly, though, a little bit of lackluster defense in Ottawa Gray just escaped by the skin of their team.
Talk about reckless. You have a floater of a ball around the backboard. Didn't cost them a goal then, but doing shots like that is going to be like blood in the water for a team like HCC. What a strike from Arrow, bringing it down, making this quick work, 1-0.
I cannot believe this is the shot that goes in, and you would expect that, it'd be a little bit of a slow burn there, but all it took was that one missed touch out to the side, and Arrow said, oh, no, I see their weakness, I see the opening, and absolutely poked and prodded until they found it. Fantastic way to open up here with a minute gone in game number 4, and oh boy, a little bit of a scary way to follow it up as well. Logs and Trees does get the save there, but at the risk of almost giving up an easy pass to Ottawa Gray. Luckily enough for HCC, they've got the speed to deal with it. Question is can they deal with touches like that for the next 3.5 minutes? Because close calls like that are terrifying, to put it simply.
Well, can they? What about us, man? My heart skipped 2 beats there, bro. Well, you're right, man. Things are turning up. The pressure is on. And look, if you're HCC, what you want to do is have another one as quick as possible. But you won't want to rely on Arrow because you know they're drawing the defense out. Almost a 2v1 there, or 1v2, excuse me, because how much Arrow has done. But Logs and Trees, one of the heroes from last season, has been pretty much rendered invisible in the series. It'd be now time for them to step up. But who needs that if Newell's making it happen? 2-0.
Speaking of players from the last season here, we know Logs and Trees was the hero, but Newble doing a fantastic job as well, supporting the team last season, supporting them this one, and putting them up by 2 in what could be the last game of this series. 3 minutes, 9 seconds left on the clock here. Absolutely possible for a comeback out of Ottawa Gray. But again, this is something we've emphasized the entire series. We've seen a lot of good pressure from teams on offense, but no shots to show for it. And again, another example of that. Ottawa Gray in 2 minutes of gameplay only have a single registered shot, Novanta.
Yeah, that's when you say shooting accuracy or shooting amount, comes back to bite you. Look, I said before early in the series that there's a difference between a haymaker that's effective and a bunch of jabs that are effective, but you got to put something across the flesh. You have to make sure something connects or else you're going to have a bad time. And those are things you can't really work on in training packs. You have to be out there in these games at that level. So win, lose, or draw, that is definitely something Ottawa has to work on after this one.
100%, but maybe they can take some notes after this and get ready for the next time that these two teams face each other, because like we said, it's pretty likely that, oh my word, they will find each other in playoffs, but unfortunately, it's looking like it's going to have to be a revenge story for Ottawa if they do find themselves in playoffs again. 3-0 here with just about half the game remaining, and HCC slowly starting to run away with this one, especially considering the fact that we mentioned they're a late game team. What about a late series team? We're technically on the back half of the series here, and they seem to have this entire game plan figured out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Game plans have to be fluid because you know your teammates may come up with a different strategy, but able to have an antidote, for an anti-venom, if you will, for every time you correct with something else, you're going to have yourself a hit parade. And Newble, that's another one. 4 goals unanswered, Bass. 4.
This is just unreal. At this point, they're starting to recognize they've got multiple ways to score, whether it's that unrelenting pressure on offense, whether it's the small mistakes on defense that get punished, or it's the cross-court counters here. ACC seem to have a game plan that stretches far and wide across this entire pitch, and it's making it all the more difficult for Ottawa Gray to find themselves any sort of momentum, especially when they're ripping off shots like that. That's the third save, I think, that we've seen from Logs and Trees. Yeah, exactly. Save your medal for the player. And every single one of them has been like last-second shots that should not be saved. I mean, this is ridiculous. They're doing a great job and making sure to allow this pressure at Ottawa Gray. They're baiting them into their own half and then just getting ready on the counterattacks. They're okay if they have to endure shots as long as they can, oh my word, contain them. That one getting a little bit close to not being contained, but luckily enough for HCC, they will hold on for now.
Yeah, conceding goals is never a good idea, but the one thing that really breaks you down mentally is when you come off with the most creative shot you come off with, and then your opponent just knocks it out of the way like you owed him money or something. Those are the things you think about on defense, and Logs and Trees has been that defensive stalwart for ATC.
This has been fantastic. Really huge shout out to Logs and Trees for today. Just a fantastic performance both on offense and defense both. And shout out to Newble as well, the two returning players here really meshing with their third in Arrow. An overall fantastic squad, and well, most likely the squad that's going to take the win here, because with just about a minute remaining, Ottawa Gray need 4 goals in a row to turn this one around. And I've seen some crazy things in my Rocket League career before. 4 goals in a minute though, I can't quite remember the last time I've seen that.
Yeah, this one's all about done, but now you're playing for pride. You pull one back and you say, hey, look, we got one, because you don't want to be shut out on stream, and worse, you don't want to drop the nickel either. So I can see Ottawa try to be extra spice in the last minute of play.
Yeah, they're going to try their best to get one for the road here. Give them a little bit of momentum going into next week's game, because this one, like we said, is all but said and done. But they're not going to give up no matter what. Koki are going to dive on in, try and keep that pressure up, and Tanwan will do the exact same. But Jobo, an awkward position on the back end, can do nothing but boom this one high where Arrow is waiting. Shot not going to be on target, but is there a follow-up? No such luck. HCC at this point, I don't think are even going to try and dive for those second chances. They just want to keep possession in their favor, wait and try and tick the clock down here, and just not allow a goal out of Ottawa Gray. You can appreciate it, you can respect it. They're not trying to on-pour the shots here. They just want to take the win and head on home, and they will do exactly that. They will even get a shot for the road, but they will not give a shot for the road for Ottawa Gray here, trying to shut this one down before it arrived. Popped out to the side, though, and I think that was supposed to hit the ground. Instead, it actually stays up, so, hey, maybe Ottawa can get one for the road. No, instead, could it be? No way. All right, I thought Logs and Trees would get one into the back of the net, but no such luck. HGC wrapped this one up in 4 and do so in poetic fashion in a 4-0 victory.
What a fun pair of teams to watch. This one here has been an absolute treat. I'm almost positive we're going to see these two squads in the playoffs, because the level of play is not only so great, they're adaptable to each other, and that's a mark of great teams. And I had a time of my life here, man.
Yeah, really, this was a fantastic series. This is always a pleasure when I'm able to cast with you. And when we get a game like this, Novanta, oh my word, does it deliver every single time. Fantastic back and forth, my friend. Fantastic back and forth on the field as well. But at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, and that is the HCC Dragons. Congratulations to Howard Community College on taking that one. Really well deserved all around. And again, especially considering that it's technically, I think it's Gentleman's Reverse Sweep is the technical name for that one, or something similar to that. They lost the first game and then took 3 in a row to bounce back like that. Nothing but a round of applause for HCC.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh,
Hmm.
just been informed? Did we say this on air?
I think so. I think we're allowed to say this. So we got a little bit of insight from our producer here telling us that there's going to be a little bit of delay in between games here. So Novanta, as much as the people at home would love to hear us talk all day, I think we do need to let them get going, let them get a little bit of a break here and get back into the action. But like we said, quick little break. We're going to get everything set up, and when we return, it will be our next matchup of the day. It's going to be a fantastic one. It's going to be Boise State Blue versus Columbia College Navy. That is Champion Cyan Division. Woo! That's going to be a very, very fun one. But we're going to have to find out what exactly that's going to be when we return. Like we said, quick little break. Let the servers update. Rocket League do its thing. Steam do its thing. But when we get back, more NECC Rocket League action. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the NECC. I am staged, and joined with me is Foof. And I appear to have left the stream on, so I need to mute myself before I hear the echo too much. How you
I
doing,
was like,
Foof?
I felt the speech jammer coming through, and I was like, are we going for that suave radio style start to this night? But no, we're carrying on some from high octane action. Last series went to 4. You saw Novanta and Bass in the past carry us into that. We have another exciting lineup here. We have Columbia College Navy playing against Boise State Blue, a playoff contender last season. So we have a little bit of high hopes for both these squads, and we think it's going to be a fairly high-paced game.
Now, that being said, Columbia College does have some definite, bubble to pro players that we're going to be keeping an eye out for. This school has done really well recently in a couple of other conferences, other events within the past couple weeks. So I'm a little bit concerned for Boise State Blue. This is one of the strongest teams in the NECC, but this season we've got a lot of new blood showing up. So maybe the new blood is ready to make an impact, make a statement.
Well, I mean, it's hard to root against anyone other than Boise State Blue because they always turn up in such great numbers. They love being in the chat. They have a great time. So I know they're going to be here. I've seen some CCs already in Twitch chat. So, both of these fan bases here putting the support on, ready to support their teams. I'm just hoping for some high-flying action and a bunch of really fun infield passes that turn to some really spectacular plays.
I think that we're definitely going to get that out of these teams. Both of them have shown themselves to be so consistent, so strong, and with them joining us on the field, we're going to have to see how this takes out on the pitch. So give it up, everybody. We've got CC versus BSU, and this should be an absolute monster of a series.
Coming in from Boise State, you have Lions Bayon and Cosmo Buster. Columbia College, the Cougars bringing in Cryptic, Cosmic Clippy, and Crows. The quick shot there. Lions able to react. Cosmo looking for something to Baynok. They survived that first onslaught, now trying to create something of their own.
Lions out of the back corner, though, contested by Flippy. This is already a big opportunity for CC. Trying to take this out of the corner. It's into center field, but Boise State sending that all the way downfield, and Cryptic has to do a chase down save. The pressure is still on. Baynok out to Lion, but not able to put this one away just yet, and that's a clear away for Columbia College.
Pinch attempt there coming from Crow, but he can't find it. Cryptic is up. He has a touch, and they're trying to get this control at midfield, but both teams are ready and willing to make any contest that they need. Cosmic returning that favor to put it back towards Boise side. Cosmic off the back where Crow is up, but so is Baynok. A beautiful job there of sniffing that one out, and once again staged the ball back at midfield.
You know, Foof, in games like this, it's always really interesting to me because the pace is so high, the teams are both so good that you don't get a lot of time of, being able to do anything that's too controlled or too deliberate. There's a lot of the scramble going on across the entire pitch, so it all comes down to instinct. And I feel like that is going to be the main determiner of who opens this game up, is just who's got the better instinct for these close-knit plays.
I'll be honest, right now, that's a couple of big saves coming out in the back half. I think it's a team bump there, and you've seen the spacing here from Columbia College. It's been a little bit tight, but I think these guys are still getting to the mesh of the game. Cosmo Buster's up, and he's got the read, and he's got a goal for Boise State.
Cosmo Buster comes out of there with a beautiful setup. I love to see it already, and I can't wait to see these guys just start taking it away.
Well, notched up 1-0 here stage. You want to see some continuation here from Boise. They want to put the pressure on. They want to find more shots. Or if you're CC, you want to find more. I got to say, the alliteration's killing me. It's the Columbia College Cougars, and then all three of their players are C's. It's CCC. I absolutely love this. If this was an intentional, it was Galaxy Brain.
It's absolutely intentional. There's no way that you get away without that. It's a triple C team, but they are definitely triple A tier in this event. Cosmo Buster taking it out to Cosmic Flippy. God, I'm even getting brained on this one as well. But the C team trying to take it out of their own territory. A big clear from the C team, and they just don't have the opportunity of cleaning the slate just yet.
Well, the Cougars have done a lot of playing defense, and now they're trying to find some offense there. Crows puts it up. Cosmo Buster in a lot of trouble here. He gets another touch to deny it. Now Cryptic waiting in the corner. That's two players from the Cougars. They're very tight, but Lions able to read that one. Cosmic up, going for the back where he has a touch. It's over one. Ball falling back down, but no Cougar in the area. The Broncos survive there and get it out back to midfield.
Back into the corner, though, BSU trying to play defense here, get it out of their own territory. CC has not been able to find the credible threats they need yet, but I will eat my words as Crow comes in with an impossible angle off of Cosmic Flippy's ceiling ball.
I mean, it was just a beautiful touch to drop it down, and then that is only an angle that Crow saw. 6 players on the pitch, only one realized that far post was open, drops it off the crossbar and rides that back wave in. That's 1-1 tie ball game stage.
I guess this is why you've got teams of this caliber being quite as good as they are. They can see the stuff that the rest of us just can't. But in this case, there's no shot to be seen. Baynok going to send this one downfield, intercepted by Cryptic. And Cryptic off the side wall, almost finding the near post. Still a lot of control here, though, from CC. Broken up by Cosmo Buster, and this time BSU not able to find anyone in position to send this one down. They've got to take it out of their own territory, back towards the midfield. A little bit of a 50-50, and Baynok still ready to run with that out to Cosmo Buster. Open net, but it's high. Oh, no, off the bar. Lions finishing that off.
Oh man, the demo coming out from Cosmo Buster makes it a 2-on-1. Cryptic in such a hard spot to be, but Cosmo ends up beating the shot, but playing that third man so well. Lions comes in, just watches it all separate in front of him and finds a way to put Boise State back on top.
Really solid passing play setting that up. I want to see CC tighten up their rotations just a little bit. Maybe, ooh! Crow was able to take the waterfall down.
Oh, I mean, just ride the wave, and sometimes that means ride the waterfall. And Cosmic setting up his teammate once again with a beautiful dish just to put it in that little crook on the ceiling. Crow collects that one, and 2-2 notch back up.
But like I was saying, I feel like CC got kind of beat by some of the rotations. They're a very aggressive team from what I'm seeing so far, willing to pull the third man way upfield. But in that case, when you get the interception followed by the pass, it does punish that rotation pretty heavily. So maybe just a little more communication, peeling off the attackers to rotate back when you're pulling the third man forward.
Well, you're going to have to see some of that and more, because now less than a minute left, 60 seconds in the first game. Baynok aggressively pushing, but Cosmic was there. Now, Cougars trying to find something in midfield. Cosmo Buster stands tall, and the ball stagnates. Lions trying to put a shot on, but he doesn't find enough of a touch. Cosmic Flippy credited with the save, but that is really just a transition of power, as now once again CCC back on the attack.
Transitional power indeed, as it looks like CC is going to find an opportunity here. Set from the midfield. Lions able to receive that off the ceiling, taking it out to the corner, but Cosmic Flippy into center. Crow's not able to come away with this one yet. Baynok has to do some fancy footwork to keep it away in the corner, but there is no respite from this attacking frenzy. Cosmic Flippy looking for one more, maybe up to Crow. Not going to be a great touch, but at least a passing play. Baynok is able to receive this one, taking it away from CC, and we have an overtime.
Game one, we know both these teams are pretty quick, and, you know, truly lined up here. 2-2 notch, couldn't find a winner in regulation, so now it's off to golden goal territory. Crow over to Cryptic, and that doesn't matter. It's only 10 ticks in, and we have a winner stage.
You know, that's all it takes sometimes. You talk about golden goal, you think it's going to be all this climactic, big setup to everything. Sometimes you just need the basic plays, the pass in from the corner, and a solid closer by Cryptic, who had yet to be on the offensive end of the board.
Well, it's just a beautiful job of seeing everyone get involved from both sides. Everyone had a meaningful offensive stat, be it assists, shots, goals. And then there were a ton of saves from Columbia College. They were hemmed in for most of the beginning of that game, got down early, then had an immediate answer. And once they got scored on again, they had another immediate answer. Then you just felt like, oh, Boise State, they've been the one to push the lead, so maybe overtime was where they win it. And that was not the way it fell out.
You know, I do have an appreciation, though, for the way that Columbia College had been playing that together. Like, I talked about how they're a very aggressive team, but you brought to my attention that early on, they were kind of hemmed in. They were playing 3 back. They played 3 forward sometimes, too. But this is a team that's very willing to commit to a part of the field and not get too ahead of themselves. They recognize when they have to attack. They recognize when they have to defend, and they commit fully to it. I appreciate that.
Well, the only thing that I want to see Columbia College do is a couple of times in their offense, they got really tight, and I made a mention of it, you made a mention of it. Just find a way to spread out, because we know both these teams have the speed, they have the pace, so move that defense around, not only by the positioning of the ball, but the positioning of your cars, because any look is threatening when you have anyone that can score from anywhere, especially like Crow making up angles.
I don't know if those were actually real angles, like you said. Just completely making it up. That's like a 36 degree angle, you know?
That's too many eyes. You know, only got a pair, but now Crow trying to get the kickoff touch there. Cryptic and company now up here. Lions and Baynock, the last two back. That was a pass attempt from Cryptic, but it was stuck out in time by Boise State. So a quick trade of offense here is now Cosmic Clippy throws it towards this Boise State. It's a one-on-one. Cosmo Buster needs to find the save, but that's not a clear. Cryptic's still there. He can put it on. A beautiful shot.
And we wanted them to loosen up a little bit. We wanted this team to play a little further apart, and that's exactly what we get as soon as they do. Yeah, Cryptic coming in from all the way in midfield, reading that aggressive play, and turning it into the opening goal of this game.
Only 20 seconds off the clock and an immediate goal here for Columbia College. The Cougars striking with efficiency and striking with fast pace. Crow looking for some teammate here. That's a fake technically, but Lions is there. I like the play actually because they realized there was no real pass attempt. He didn't want to force it and bait a teammate up, but Crow getting a demo but can't find the ball. Cryptic rotating back. He's going to find this touch and get credited with that save.
It's super important that he got the demo on that one because that was the last man back for the side of Columbia College. If he didn't get the demo, that would have been just careening in for a goal with one more touch. BSU looking to find their first goal here, but it is a little bit difficult because of the fact that Columbia College is just so willing to commit to whatever part of the play they need to. Right here, they're on defense. You could already see the swarm moving forward. Only Cryptic barely rotating back just enough to touch the ball, and the team's already in there to put that one away.
I mean, yeah, they have the yellow cards. They do like little swarming little bees out there, especially when you're high up watching it from the sky. But Cryptic, good things happen when you put the ball towards the net. And Baynock trying to make that read late, thinking maybe Cosmo Clippy had it, ends up going off of that Finnick into the wrong net. So it's a 2-0 lead early for Columbia College.
So what do you think is the main difference that we need to see from BSU? We talked about Columbia College. I feel like they're definitely playing a little bit looser, playing a little bit smarter as a team so far. But BSU right now seems to not be able to adjust to it, and I don't even know how you should adjust to this style of play.
So let's start with the numbers here. Stages, Cryptic puts it on. I'm going to have to hold my thought for a minute because the attack is still on. Columbia College trying to find one flippy, going off the backboard here. Baynock able to clear that one out. And this has been a flip of the script because Boise State has been under siege almost the entirety of this first half. I mean, they have a single shot to their name, and it's been saved. Whereas you look across, Columbia College, 5 shots, 2 goals, and they are just putting more and more pressure on.
This is just hemming them into the backfield. Cosmo Buster able to get that off the backboard at least, but there is no relief in sight. Feels like everybody for BSU is on the backboard. Lions trying to chase this one down, slow playing, but has a chaser on his tail. Not able to get the big boost, and so that's going to be pretty quick control, I believe, for CC if they can. Cryptic stealing away from Baynock, a full clear away. Lions out to the side here, finds one more connection. And CC will be able to get this one downfield, though. Cryptic establishing some level of control, stolen by Cosmo Buster, and not able to make the connection with pass.
So here's the thing, Stages. It starts to go out. One thing that Columbia College does so well is they stop any passing that is really visible. If it's off the backward, they have 1 or 2 contests. If it's an infield pass that you can see coming, they are ready to make that play. Cosmic Clippy trying to stuff that one in there, but the defense a bit too strong. So what Boise State needs to do is find some opportunistic touches, to say the least. Create something a little bit off the wall, per se, because right now Columbia College is doing such a good job of seeing it all come together and making sure they have a car in the right spot. Lions, the pass down, that's a really good angle. Baynock is there, and what I tell you, go off the wall, you find your goal.
You are an absolute prophet. Lions getting a really awkward touch that turns into a set for Baynock to take away. That's a really tough play to read, especially when you're already contesting it. There still needs to be a little bit more work here for BSU. They're down 1 point, and they had to work for the one that they got. Columbia College not taking their foot off the gas, but might have a change in momentum here as they are forced onto the defense. Not getting a huge clear yet. Baynock off the backboard.
It's there.
Oh, not quite able to beat the defender. Crow gets a big clear, though. Trying to pass this off to Cosmo Buster, just letting him take as much time as he wants because this team is happy to commit to defense when they're in the lead. Cosmic Flippy going to hem them in at midfield, almost getting a sneaky little extra goal there. Instead, Cosmic Flippy just buying some time for Cryptic. They're going to again try and just burn down the clock and maybe find a goal if you can from Cosmic Flippy. But for the most part, this is very conservative play out of CC.
Right now, the Broncos need to put some offense on. You want to see some more high pressure, but Columbia College doing such a good job at midfield, just trapping this ball, finding a way to touch it. A quick shot from Lions. Cosmos is there, but Cosmic Flippy able to sniff that one out in time. Baynock, can you get something going here for your team? That's a really good 50 coming from the Cougars. So the ball back at midfield. The offense truly reset. Lions in a 1-on-2, but it doesn't matter. It's past one. Cosmic Flippy able to save that one. So just over 25 seconds. Baynock on the bump, trying to come through, but Crow flying high and making the save.
I was really excited there. I thought that was going to be a huge goal, but instead, CC opening the field up. When you've pulled the goalie, when you've gone full offense, and you get a crazy touch like that, just tough to read off the wall. You've got no one rotated back to defend it, and I think Columbia College are ready to take this game too.
Well, they're doing everything right, Stage, as they do a good job of playing off, but playing offensively defense. They're setting up at midfield. They're not giving all the space to Boise State, and credit to Boise State, they found a couple of pressures that made them pin, but not breaking them, realize they can take the shot. Columbia College up 2 goals here and about to be up 2 games here. Cosmo Buster tries to find the touch. Crow putting it back to midfield. The ball bouncing around. Cryptic does not want to let this fall. They want to find a 4th goal. Flip reset attempt here. He's got the touch. It's still on. He's got some boost. Baynock can't find it, but Cosmo Buster can.
They're still keeping this one off the ground. This is all for bragging rights. What is it? Rule 0? You never let the 0 seconds go for free.
I think it's a little bit long-winded. Just keep the ball off the ground. That should be rule 0. Just short and sweet and to the point, especially if it's at the baseline of the book. But, I mean, I'll be honest, that is, 12 shots coming from Columbia College. And looking at Boise State, they only had 5.
Yeah, that was a absolute powerhouse of offense out of Columbia College. It felt like they were just in such control, able to put such pressure on. And even though Boise State, especially Cosmo Buster, had a lot of saves to their name, the problem is when you're playing defense the entire time, it doesn't matter if you have 4, 6, 12 saves, eventually something's going to get through. There is no impenetrable wall in Rocket League.
Well, I mean, if you build it, they will come, right, Stage? And that's exactly what had happened. They tried to build the wall, and it just kept hitting it, kept shooting it, throwing science at the wall and daring to be scored on. And with a team like Columbia College that gives you so many different looks, that tries to find these inventive and weird angles to score from, it's just so hard to play defense and just turtle against an offense like that.
And I don't think that turtling, especially, not turtling for the trick shot reason, but turtling in general is definitely not the strategy that you want to be pulling off in Rocket League. This is very much an aggressor's favored game. If you've got more pitch behind you, then you've got a much more difficult time. It's even just harder to find the angles in terms of raw physics to deal with the, to make those shots. But honestly, I think that that Columbia College has found their strategy. They found what they need to be doing for these games. And I just want to see them continue it. BSU needs to pick up the pace, needs to try and find, especially maybe some 50-50s or some pinch plays to really get the fast ball that's so hard to read downfield.
I think that's a lot of things that they can do, and that's something that you'll expect if you're Columbia College. You expect them, hey, they're going to play us at midfield. They're going to try and 50 us every time we get the ball like they did in game 1. That made it go to OT. If I'm Boise State, I'm like, let's find some off-the-wall touches. Let's try and be aggressive with our 1 and 2 and make some awkward touches and be aggressive and say, let's go for this game. We're down 2. We lose this one, series is over. So let's push and try to be the aggressors here. Let's find some awkward touches like that beautiful dish down. And so when you can create opportunities like that, it makes it so hard to read on that defensive front.
And that's kind of where I think things like the pinch really do come into play, just because of the sheer velocity you can get on the ball. It is one of those things that's a little bit less predictable. It's a little bit less reliable, too. But when you're behind, I don't think reliability is the name of the game. That's what you do when you're ahead and how you maintain a lead. When you're behind, you've got to make the risks. So trying for some of the team pinches, trying for some of the wall plays, maybe some of the flip reset stuff that's just nice and showy and flashy, does give you this opportunity to really outplay a defense and to take the advantage, but you can't make the flip resets from straight defense. That's something you do for scoring. It's something you do for like beating a defender. If you're just trying to get control out, that's not going to get you out of your own territory.
But Stage, flip resets are cool, so obviously you can use them on defense, right? I mean, that's the way. You style points, right? You know,
Style points are important, but they're we don't count style points in the NECC for for your season score. You know,
well,
that's how you get fans.
you get the love behind the scenes, not in front of them. Well, here's the big thing. Here's the big thing, Stage, is I want to see some passes to clears, because what Columbia College does is the Cougars find a way to keep rotating that 1, 2, and 3 at that midfield and keep the pressure on. They put you in a box and say, we're going to shoot. If you save it, we're going to shoot again, and then again, and then again, and again, until we either bang it off the backboard and we have to run back or run out of boost, or you finally get the clear. If they can get the clears and get out of their own half, Boise State can put the pressure on that they had in game 1.
That's definitely a good opportunity too, especially because of the fact that if you get the added momentum, like the extra force from a pass, it can get you a lot more oomph on a clear downfield. But we're gonna have to see how this plays out in Game 3, and it's gonna play out with Crow already putting one on the board for CC.
You talked about the pinch, and that is the pinch right there. And guess what? It's another one to put it in the net. Anything that Boise State tried to come up with that on a kickoff, it was immediately slammed shut. 5 ticks off the board, and already a 1-goal lead here for Columbia College.
You know, Foof, there's a reason why I'm a caster and not a coach.
Well, right now, Cosmo Buster trying to create something here. Cosmo Flippy in the corner. Lions rotating ball side. The bump comes through, so that means Lions low boost has to make the play. That is only about 10 boosts there. Cryptic still putting the pressure on this ball, still in Boise State's half. That ball bouncing off the sidewall is not the clear they want, and so once again, hemmed in their own side. Lions over to Baynock. Baynock needs to win this and does. The ball finally at midfield. Lions able to push it over that line. Boise State able to break out here for the first time.
Just look at the control out of Cryptic and the amount of power that they can get out of virtually nothing on their own half of the pitch. That's what we need to see from Boise State, but it is so difficult to make those mechanical plays to keep that control all the way through. Baynock puts a laser on target, but Cryptic is there to save. Cosmo off the sidewall, trying to find a setup here, but once again, CC's going to get their clear downfield. Although they're not going to find a whole lot of purchase in that midfield as Boise State are starting ready to throttle, and Baynock comes away with a monstrous shot to equalize.
Well, here's the thing, Cryptic getting caught on this near side. Colin Clippy coming back as that's 2 players on the ball. And if you don't have crystal clear communications, there could be an issue there. And that's exactly what Baynock was counting on. They just kind of split just enough for him, and he stuffs the ball in there. Tie ball game, but Crow trying to break this once again with the kickoff goal. Lions able to get it into his corner and get it corralled. Cryptic 50 that well, and once again, Boise State back under siege.
You know, one of the things I think about is kind of the moral, almost the shot there, the moral victory that you can get off of a kickoff goal when you've shown yourself to be a team that's very capable in the midfield and capable of playing solid Rocket League. Usually you think of a kickoff goal as kind of a desperation play of getting back into the game, but when a team that's shown themselves to be very strong in the last game scores a kickoff goal right off the bat, that's got to be so demoralizing.
Well, obviously BSU has not wilted. They are standing tall in the face of adversity and have a goal of their own. It's tied back up, and that's all you need to worry about here. What goal matters? The one that's currently on the field. The ball still neither goal, so it's really anyone's games. Lions given the bump there on the Flippy. I think he went duck hunting for the demo, but now Cosmo Flippy up to Crow. Crow redirect on. Cosmo Buster not in the right position, and that's a quick goal here.
Would have been hard to save even if you were in the right position. That is pristine placement from Crow. Bar down. How do you stop that?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know his boost situation, but with the very nice thing of hindsight, boost over ball there kind of hurts. But now Boise State once again starting this kickoff sequence a little bit closer to their own end. Baynock with a beautiful flick over one. Cosmo Buster clears the way, and Baynock with that long shot.
Baynock has been an offensive powerhouse pretty cleanly overall, and usually we see him kind of making these connections off the pass plays. But in this case, just getting the flick over top, it means that you do need to show a lot of respect if you're CC. but I want to see a lot more out of Baynock. I think this is one of the reasons why Boise State was so strong in the last season of the NECC, was plays like that.
Well, Lion stepping up to get a save of his own. Cryptic putting the pressure back on Baynock in a dangerous spot here. Cosmo Buster able to get the save after, the clear after the save from Baynock. Now a pinch coming through, and that gets that ball all the way out. That's what you wanted to see, Stage. This ball rocketing towards this other side of the pinch. Baynock not able to get the 50 there. Alliance and company running back to their own side, trying to corral it because Columbia College setting up the attack once again.
And once they did get the pinch, they had so much room to work with. Sure, it didn't work out, but now downfield Cosmo Buster taking it away. Big clear out for CC. Is Baynock going to be able to get a big clear out? Finds the connection to Cosmo Buster. He's up, looking for another connection to Baynock. Baynock with a shot off, but not there. Almost into the corner. No!
That was one of the moments where everyone just kind of freezes and cringes because they don't know exactly what's going to happen, and the ball just rolls around for a second. You feel like you can see a pin drop and hear it on the pitch as everyone just kind of rushes toward that ball in the corner. Cryptic has an angle and he puts the shot on. Cryptic's still there off the backboard. Now, Columbia College denied once again. Cosmic Cookie beat. Baynock is up, so is Crow, but the touch still towards BSU. A shot on a beautiful read, but a better save from Cryptic. You gotta be kidding me. It's still deadlock 2-2.
There is no joke there. That is raw skill to be able to save that kind of ball. And now CC going on offense. Cosmic Flippy looking for the infield play. Not going to be able to connect to it though. Cosmo Buster starting the clear attempt. But Cryptic there to hem this one in once more. Gets a weird, crazy double touch off the sidewall. I have never seen car control look like that before. And Crow almost gets the falling goal. I don't know what you'd call that, but that is like the falling lotus as Cosmic Flippy finally makes the connection.
I call it works. That's all that matters because a beautiful job of realizing, hey, I'm 3 here and Crow's on the way back. Cosmic says, I can press. And so it's a 2-on-1 fast break here for the Cougars, and they take full-on advantage of it. It is a 1-goal lead for them with only 41 seconds left in Game 3.
CC definitely has some mechanical plays that are definitely leaving me breathless, if not speechless. But I feel like the team play, I do feel like the passing style that we're getting out of BSU when they find the space is so strong. Baynock ready to receive that pass, but stuffed by Crow. And now Cryptic taking the solo forward, stopped by Cosmo. But that takes so much time, effort, and it's still hemmed into the corner of BSU as CC looking to close this one out in the last 10 seconds.
Well, that's a long arcing ball. It's what they want to see. 4 seconds left. Cryptic off his own corner. Cosmo Buster, the soft pass. He's trying to find Lions here, but Crow already ready and willing to jump into it like a free safety, trying to intercept this ball, but it's still dangerous. Cosmic with a beautiful touch there to push it all the way back out. Boise State, the Broncos want one more last hurrah, but they will not get it. Slammed back down by Flippy. It is a 3-0 sweep. Columbia College put it on.
You know, I love BSU. I think that this team is phenomenal, but this is fresh blood in the NECC, and it is fresh blood that is out for blood. They are the King Slayers, the Crown Seekers. I don't have a better phrase for it. This is community college, and we are going to be seeing them in the playoffs, I hope. I'm sorry, Columbia College. Columbia College. Community. That's a completely different thing. Columbia College.
I mean, the most I can say is it was a really fun game to watch. A lot of high-flying action and a lot of different paces. You see both of these teams were breakneck. They wanted to put the ball in their opponent's half, and they had to find different ways to do it because it was tit for tat. Anytime there was an answer, they had to make the adjustment, find a new way to do it. And let's be honest, Stage, you don't always see that in some games. Some people are so hemmed into their ways and so practiced in one thing, they can't adjust. So big props to both of these squads and finding a way to adapt. I mean, any day, Columbia just able to put more in the net than Boise State was.
When it comes down to the end of it, that is what makes a winning Rocket League team. You got to score more goals to win a game. But we're going to be back with a little bit more action coming up soon. There's a lot of Rocket League left in tonight, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will have Valpo and... Okay. You just...
Well, it seems like a stage. You all right, my friend? Well, anyway, we'll be having a small break here, and we'll be back very shortly. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and stay right where we are. We'll be back in a bit.
Welcome back to the NECC for some more high-flying, freestyling Rocket League action. I am staged. I am joined by the legendary Foof, and we are ready to be watching Valpo RL versus East Carolina University. I know, Foof, you have some thoughts about this match, so why don't you tell us where your allegiances lie?
Well, I'll be honest. Right now, ECU coming in at a 2-1 record. Valpo 1-2. So you look at the tail tape. ECU, they won 1, lost 1, won 1. So if the tail stays true, they'll lose this one to keep that record going. Whereas Valpo won the first one, lost 2 back-to-back. They want to find an answer here. I am not biased, but I am a Carolina boy. So it's so nice to finally be seeing one of my teams live.
Honestly, that's one of the best things, in my opinion, is like when you've got something local, when you've got someone that you're a little familiar with, at least where they're from, it gives you kind of like some stakes in the game. It doesn't mean that you have any favoritism about it, but it just means that, like, you know, this is something that I can identify with. It's why, like, major sports organizations have, like, the whole city allegiance thing, instead of just being like, yeah, hey, we're sponsored by whatever major brand. I'm not going to say anything. We're sponsored by the NECC.
Well, Sage, my big question is, if you have stakes in something and you're a vegetarian, what do you have in it then? Because, like,
it would be either tofu or it would be like the steaks you put through a vampire's heart. You put in your ground to say, like, this is where I live.
Okay. Because, like, I'll be honest, that was what, like, it literally dinged across my head. Is like, I wonder what that saying would be as a vegetarian. Well, anyway, I'm really ready to see both these teams come in, you know. I've always enjoyed watching a lot of the Pirates sports. I watch a lot of their baseball, watch a lot of their football. I know a lot about their football team. Have a couple players that I know have played there. So I'm really excited to see their esports scene and see what they can do there. Valpo RL, they are having such a tough time. When you come off of 2 losses that are especially close, like a 2-3 and then a 1-3, you have to stop that rolling ball and fix this season. Obviously, still very early. It's just an early season slip, and you have to stop it for becoming a fall.
One of the things to think about, though, is that the win that Valpo have is against one of the teams that East Carolina's already won against, Murray State Gold, and the scoreline was pretty comparable. So you've got to think that this is actually a really close match. You've got to understand that, like, this is not an undefeated team. There are teams in this bracket who can take down East Carolina University. If you've beaten the same team with a similar scoreline, then by all means, this is one that you can absolutely take on as long as you don't get in your own head.
Well, I think if you always stay out of your own head stage, that's the best headspace to be, because you're in the moment, you're ready to find anything, be it a touch, be it a boost, or be it a bump, because you saw a big one come from Boise State that opened up the net for them to tie it up. So big keys for me in this game is who sets the tone physically. And, you know, when you think of an esport stage, you probably don't think of physicality. Rocket League is one of the few games that I know of that you can be physical. You can hit people, you can knock people off their marks, and that'll help you as long as you're not too aggressive.
And that's one of the things I love about esports in general, too. I mean, this is a lot like soccer, but can you imagine in soccer if somebody just goes in and just tackles the goalie? I mean, how much of a... Yeah. It's like the Zidane headbutt from a couple years ago. You remember that? That's what we get in every single game of Rocket League. You get your Zidane headbutt just relentlessly. That's why it's so fun.
Well, here we go. We finally have the go-ahead stage. So we can stop kicking rocks and start kicking off. Finally, both teams are loaded onto the pitch. You have the Pirates. You got the Beacons. I'm so excited here. Game 1 getting ready to happen. You look at Valpo. They're bringing in Cole Rocks, Seb, and Oblivious. ECU bringing in Blitz, Jake, and Spooky chilling.
Nah, spooky because we got the October season. I wonder if that's going to go through the entire month long. But Seb already digging it out through his own corner, giving it to Cole Rocks. A little bit of slow play here, but Cole's sticking with it the whole way until going to let Oblivious take this one, just retrieving the aggressive play that ECU is trying to put on. Cole up high, send that downfield, but already picked up by Blitz. This is some solid play overall, and that's a big clear that's on target. Oblivious had to pick that one up already. It's a little bit slow, but I do really appreciate the deliberate nature of both of these teams as they're making sure they're going to have solid touches every time they hit it.
That was a dangerous spot to be in there if you're Valpo. They had one player on the backboard who missed the ball, and the net was wide open. ECU kicking themselves. They want that one back, chilling. finds the touch, but still going backwards. Blitz in a 1-on-2. Colrox can't find the touch, but the ball is still there. Oblivious is up, but he can't find it either. Jake pushes him off. Chillin able to slow this one back down and trying to find Blitz in transition.
Across the net, no one there to pick that one up. Chillin had an opportunity, not able to come away with it. Looking for a flick is Colrox, instead getting challenged, going all the way across field. Oblivious is there for it. Pushes it off the back ball. Chillin ready to receive. And Blitz taking a little bit of a love tap, but stolen away by Colrox. Now in their own corner, ECU trying to dig this one out. Jake sends it downfield, but Oblivious is there to receive a lot of this dump and chase ball, but it is far from being indeterminate. It is far from being unintentional. There is a lot of intent in this game. It's just a matter of who's going to be able to exercise their will.
I want to apologize, Stage. I got you rolling the wrong way. It's Obliviex. Got that fixed quickly in my head. So, Obliviex there. Get that one fixed, but Blitz winning that one there. Seb has to push it on. Obliviex can't find the touch. Chillin able to push it all the way down. ECU Pirates trying to put on an attack here. They're sailing here. Jake puts it off the backboard.
Blitz is there.
Shot, but a little bit of a blitzkrieg, but still no goal. Jake throwing it. Obliviex can't find the touch.
Obliviex is trying to chase this one down, though. Spooky Chillin over top. Spooky has been kind of this omnipresent, just break up the play style player from ECU. Continuously there just to prevent anything from developing for Valpo. So it's the kind of player that you really do need on a team to continuously prevent any kind of goals turning into like these major scoring drives. But once again, that breakup occurring, and Jake going out to Blitz, looking for the shot opportunity. Colrox sends it downfield, though, and completely dispels any threat of a scoring opportunity here.
That's another dive that I've seen coming from Valpo. This time that connects, as they were looking for that goalie demo. If they've hit it, that would have opened up the lane, but the second time misses. Third time's maybe charm. Colrox puts it on. Blitz can't dig it out. He gets the and one, digging that one off of the demo.
Yeah, Colrox, that looks like a really nasty angle because it's just hard to read those coming out of the corner. It's easy to pick them up if you can get in front of it, but the problem is you never expect that to be on target.
Blitz didn't expect that either, and he was just a little bit late with both of his teammates being in the corner, crashing in from that far post. Jake, soft touch there, it hit the tires. That's one they're going to want back. Chillin off the backward here, trying to find something. No, he's just actually dropping it down, excuse me. Seb able to push it fast, and now it's a 1-on-2 here. Trying to make it a 2-on-2. Seb off the backboard, but denied by Jake.
Jake sending that forward to Spooky Chillin. Spooky in a 1-on-2 situation, but gets it around the defender. Oh, just barely off the post. Blitz trying to send this one back forward. Has some air control. Some fancy fly in there, but Master Seb ready to break that one up. Seb chasing this around to the corner as well, but getting beat by the entirety of ECU. Obliviex sends it in towards net, but an easy save by Blitz. Obliviex still looking for some connections there. Colrox floating it in towards net, but once again, that is not a credible threat to deal with.
Right now, ball sitting in midfield. Jake putting a shot on, but ECU still head scoreless here. A goose egg on it, but really not trying. They have 7 shots where Valpo only has the 4. Really quality over quantity. ECU, they have put salvos on, but it's not been consistent stage. They get 1 or 2 and then back off. They don't have that constant pressure that makes a defense sweat.
A lot of those shots are just kind of these lofting clear balls that aren't really these big shots as much as they are just forcing you to use a little bit of boost and to jump. Unless you've got someone there to pick it up or make it into a credible threat, that's really just an exchange of possession. Coming across the net, Blitz trying to find the center ball, smoke screen out to Spooky Chillin. They get the equalizer.
Spooky Chillin able to catch that one as Blitz putting the pressure on Seb. Another misread on a backward there, opening up at Obliviex. Really in such a hard place in the middle of the net, diving to make that save, but that Octane just not long enough. In only 25 seconds, we're notched back up here, Stage.
Spooky Chillin getting that one off of the ghost of Colrock's demolition there. It's October, we gotta make the Halloween jokes.
Apparently, but that is no joke. The demo coming from Seb, and now ECU with a 3-on-1 if they can get the pace, but Jake can't find it here. Neither can Chili. I don't think they had the boost.
Oh.
That's just heartbreaking. But Blitz kept it up. Now it's a 2-on-3. Spooky off the backboard, trying to find something here. Crashing in is Jake, and he's got it! ECU Down low, a 2-1 win.
Forget the golden goal, forget the overtime, we've got the action. Jake comes flying in off the backboard, out of nowhere, ready to dish this game in favor of ECU. I know you've got to be happy about that one, Foof, as East Carolina University start with a strong showing.
Well staged, I hate to say this, but they stole a victory. I mean, they plundered it straight from the poor Valpo, and that was a beautiful job because Seb had the read on that shot. He just used that second jump just a hair early, folks. And when you do that, that car ends up stalling just a hair, and it comes using the flip. And so that pushes the front of the car down so he can't find the touch, giving just enough room for the Pirates to find that goal literally after time expired.
But I guess that's the minutiae that makes Rocket League so fun to watch, because it's all of these tiny little things, these microseconds of play, just frames upon frames of if you did something 2 frames earlier, you would have made the save, you would have scored a goal. Instead of it's just a complete whiff, it's a goal, it's whatever, just an unfortunate result because you were 2 frames off.
I will say, though, that was huge coming from ECU because a lot of teams won't be willing to push that. But it's last second. You have no real regrets if you go for it because it's tied no matter what. But being in the right place at the right time is always a huge thing to happen at anything really in life. But Rocket League, if they don't have a shooter there, they don't score. And so obviously the pressure was huge, and being ready and willing to take that shot is what ECU does. And they take game 1 in a 2-1 fashion. Now Valpo, they've seen the oppressive, they've seen the shots, they have put a lot of their own. They want to find a quick goal here to start off in game number 2.
But at the same time, ECU has brought in a substitute, so Blitz is out, Spooky Dagger is in, and it looks like they've already got themselves a opportunity from Valpo, but it's going to go the other way as Spooky Dagger directly into the heart of Valpo.
Well, I mean, okay, Dagger coming in, gets the flick, and then beats one with a little bit of salt into the wound, gets it over him, then gets the demo. 1-0 ECU.
A2, Brute? All right, Jake going over top. Colrocks tries to send this one downfield, but it's directly in center pitch. Oh, not able to find the goal, but a pretty dangerous spot there for Valpo. Now they're dribbling it down the side wall. Get the demo out to one. Master Seb. Oh, almost gets this awkward double touch that would have been a beautiful goal, but instead it squeaks out to the side, and Obliviex has to put that one back into the offense again.
Well, now ECU able to get that ball all the way out. Valpo back on their own side. Dagger puts another one on. Obliviex has to dive across his goal. Jake is cut by his teammate, but no, it's just a beautiful setup. Okay, perfect dish there coming from Chillin. Jake with the slam home.
ECU was looking a little bit tentative game 1. We talked about them stealing the victory away, but in this case, ECU, first minute, 2 goals on. This is looking dominant. And I really need to see Valpo step it up to have a shot at coming back into this game too. Otherwise, they're going to be looking for a reverse sweep, and that is not a situation any team wants to be in.
Neither team really wants to have that situation come up. I mean, ECU, you'd love to just run away with this one, but when you get in that reverse sweep situation, you start getting a little bit more tense. Some people like that one. A long arcing shot. Jake trying to find it. The demo is found, but not the ball. Stage Dagger 50 there by Obliviex, and the ball's still on that half. You got to wonder, can ECU find a third and extend this lead?
Dagger ready to pick this one up on the side of the pitch, but unfortunately centering it. Oh, Colrocks just couldn't get the speed, didn't have the boost for it. Obliviex gets a full boost and coming out on the offense here off of his own clear, but beaten by Dagger. Dagger taking this one all the way, going over one, under one. Not quite able to get a clean path to the net. So a big clear coming out again, another awkward touch. Oh, no punishment. And ECU going to get this one all the way downfield, looking to beat Obliviex, but Obliviex standing tall in the corner. Up to Master Seb, but that's an awkward send to center. Colrocks gets it away for one. There's still pressure coming in as ECU looking for any hole in the defense. This one's going all the way to ECU's side. Valpo gets a huge clear and a decent infield angle. They just need one more touch, but it's not going to happen. Obliviex taking this one out to his own corner, broken up by Spooky Dagger, but Seb is there to send it downfield.
I love the attempt here coming out from both sides. That was a very beautiful setup there from Valpo. I think Obliviex was just a hair too early on that pre-jump and ends up costing them the goal. So you want to find that timing a little bit closer. It's kind of like a long pass out the midfield. You just have to get it towards the receiver. But right now, ECU still putting the pressure on. That shot isn't there. Jake is just given so much reverence here. He's able to get the ball. He's able to get the boost. He's got chilling at midfield. He's going to get it back in, and that's a beautiful setup and a beautiful goal for ECU.
That puts Chillin on the board. 1 goal for each of the players here on ECU. Chillin, that's a strong angle to pick up there. That's a fadeaway touch with the front of his car. That's not something you see too often, but it is all that more impressive looking.
Oh, the calculated demo from Jake stops the quick kickoff goal. That's what we'll claim that one was, instead of just coming in and getting killed. But that stalls Valpo from getting a quick answer. Obliviex still trying to find another one. He's denied the shot angle, though. Seb in the corner, trying to find it off the ceiling. He's got the flip. He don't push it there, but ECU once again denying another offensive opportunity. No, Obliviex won't be denied. He will be. The crossbar stands tall. It is still undefeated staged.
You know, Foof, I am looking at these players right now, and I think Seb is absolutely livid. I've been watching him go demo hunting for a while now, and even if he's on the backfield, even if he's the last player back right now, he is just wanting to play so much faster, and they're getting punished for it, but Jake actually tips it to the corner. Jake saving his own team shot. Oh, minor disasters in the making, but that's not enough to stop ECU from holding this lead. Seb trying to get fancy, sends it to center. A little bit of bump play from Colrocks, but that's just more friendly fire, really. Colrocks getting beat on the midfield, the 50-50 going huge for ECU. This one not able to cross to in front of the net, but this still, ECU has very credible threats. Very big problems here for Valpo as they're down to the last 30 seconds, and they are 3 goals down.
Well, Valpo has to find something, if anything, because I'll be honest, 30 seconds, 3 goals, that's not possible. Very difficult here, stage. So you want to find one to take it to next game. Get some momentum, pick it back up. But right now, that is 5 cars in the corner, and the ball is kind of there. A lot of cars, not a lot of space, an interesting way going on there. ECU just kind of holding on to possession here. Obliviex putting it back into the corner, trying to find Seb. Seb putting it middle, but there is no one there. Unfortunately, the Beacons, nothing to shed light on that one.
I think the way I'm going to characterize this one, Foof, is a 5-car pileup on I-90 everywhere we go in this late game. There is just an absolute traffic jam. ECU, they're happy with that. It slows the game down, and they're already ahead. They've got a 2-0 lead now, and Valpo find that reverse sweep that we were talking about.
Well, it's now set up stage to sweep one way or the other. Unless, obviously, you know, ECU loses this one and then they win the next one, and that ruins it all. And that's all. But so all that really matters is, once again, looking at the tail of the tape, ECU has 6 shots. Valpo has 5. And there are only 2 saves, stage.
It all comes down to shot accuracy. You can put as many shots on goal as you want to, but if all of them are ringing off the post and the crossbar, honestly, the crossbar was the MVP
Undefeated.
for ECU this game, because everything for Valpo goes off the bar.
It always stays undefeated. It was something I used to joke about when I played a couple of teams. Is that crossbar regulation? It's a bit too thick on sometimes. I keep banging it off of that thing. It's obviously the crossbar, not me. But no, Valpo, they're putting the pressure on. They're finding shots. Obliviex had 3 huge ones this time, folks, and that's what you want to see Valpo do. The Beacons need to start finding him in transition. Look for some passes to set him up and get him going early in game number 3.
You know, I feel like we always talk about rotations, though, and I do feel like there was a little bit of open backfield a lot of times for Valpo that was getting exploited by ECU. So maybe just, like, at least in the first half of the game, playing a little bit looser on your rotation, playing a little bit, like, having somebody who's a little bit further back just by a quarter of a second means that you're going to have less likelihood of the game turning into, like, this one-way track meet that then you have to make up the ground for.
Well, the big thing is both teams traded possessions well. They had almost an equal amount of shots. It was just taking advantage of it. And Tagger has been absolutely killer from the floor. And he's trying to add to his repertoire. Blitz, credit with a shot, and that is 2 immediate ones just rocketing towards the net. A pair of saves already. And we have as many saves in the first 15-second stage that we had all of last game.
I guess you can say that this is a defensive effort coming out of Valpo. Masterclass, there you go. But Spooky chilling here, not able to find that touch. This is going to be Valpo's first attempt in the side of ECU this game, but it is short-lived as Blitz sending this up. Soft touch in the air, almost finding the shot there, but staved out by Colrocks, the defensive powerhouse so far.
Another rocketing touch here from ECU. They're trying to find some more pressure. The ball bouncing around Colrocks. That was a pair of players up. Blitz giving them a lot of time, bouncing back down in the mix. And somehow, some way, the ball's still stagnating on this blue half. Chillin, looking for some control, but Cole has the pinch. Blitz had to readjust to that one. If that hit the Octane, it was going in the wrong net.
But luckily, you know, we are not going to get any own goals this game. At least I hope I don't curse that one. Instead, everything should be, you know, clean, consolidated efforts. Blitz trying to find the pass out to his teammate. Instead, Dagger picking this one up from the midfield. ECU still not able to find the back of the net, but Valpo putting in a lot more defensive work this game than last. Trying to keep this one out of the center. Blitz looking for the inbound. Tough angle. Spooky Dagger finding just the near post, and Obliviex finally taking it downfield, popped into the air on the 50-50, looking for an infield play, but not able to find the touch off the wall. Instead, Blitz just carrying this one downfield, out to Spooky chillin'. This is going to need to be a lot more defensive work from Valparaiso.
Well, here's the big thing that I've seen staged is Dagger did such a good job of just getting it on top of that dingo and then daring any defender to challenge it. And in this game, game 3, he's yet to put it on top of that car. He's just been looking for these long shots, and that time it finally falls in. Thankfully here, if you're thinking for the ECU, Dagger has been looking for that again and again and again, has all 3 shots, and they just put a ton of pressure on.
We talk about Dagger, but Dagger wasn't even there in game 1. In fact, there's been another substitution. Jake has been pulled out, Blitz is back in. So this is a team that just keeps rotating their roster, and honestly, I don't see a weak link in these 4 players.
I feel like I'm looking at Harball's 49ers. Just play who's got the hot hand. Blitz trying to beat Obliviex there, but denied once again. ECU is up. Spooky Dagger still in the air. And once again, that's something I'd say watch out for, folks, is if Dagger gets that ball with a lot of space, he wants to put it on that hood and get some flicks off. That's a double commit here coming out from Valpo, but that's a beautiful read there to keep the transition on Blitz. Talking with Dagger, that communication, you couldn't hear it, but you saw it. A beautiful job of calling each other off and letting know where your teammates were.
Obliviex tries to get it into the corner, but oh no, that's an unclean bounce out to Spooky Dagger. Puts that one away.
Well, Dagger just literally sitting in the catbird seat, just waiting for this ball. What I call it is the hands know where, the brain knows where to be. Do you have the hands on the controller that can do it? And that time, Spooky Dagger able to put that in the back of the net.
You know, we talked about instinct a couple of the last series, and I feel like when you get into that situation, that's kind of the foundation of instinct. Hello, just barely short on that shot. Now the post, Obliviex trying to put Valpo on the board, but that is tipped up way high. And Blitz is going to be able to get this out past the defenders. Colrocks has to get a clean cut away to the corner. Spooky Dagger trying to continue this one, though. The pressure is not off. Out to Spooky chillin', but not on target. Dagger sending it back to Blitz, but oh
Blitz.
no, an own goal! What was that?
All right, folks, let's see. This is how not to play defense by the NECC, by not putting the ball towards your teammate and then ricocheting it back towards your goal. That's an unfortunate series of events. Valpo, it's a very simple statement. We take those.
Communication works both ways.
Wait.
Oh, almost getting that kickoff goal. Colrocks continuing to try and pressure that in. Master Seb over top. No, not enough room to work with this just yet. Obliviex sends it out to the corner, but Spooky Dagger's there to stall this one for a moment. Blitz missing off the corner, but there's no one there to send it downfield. Seb takes a minor delay, puts it up, set the other side. Obliviex trying to drop back to Cole. Full forward. The Spooky's going to get a touch on this one. ECU standing tall on defense so far. Big opportunity for Valpo. Obliviex not quite able to get enough power on that one. Saved, and Blitz sending it downfield. Have to get the clean rotations back. Master Seb stalling it in the midfield. Spooky is home for ECU. No one able to put the shot on for Valpo. It looks like ECU is just able to kind of stall this one out for a little while as they still have that lead.
Well, half a minute left. ECU just wants to kill this with as much control as they can. Chillin, putting it up. No teammate pushing on. They know that they have two back. They have a lot of time and a lot of space. But Spooky Dagger with an opportunity. Blitz trying to stop that one through. Colrox putting it up with Chillin, able to deny it. Now Obliviex and Colrox, they're studying at midfield, but that was a little bit of a misplay by Obliviex. He needs to control it there, but he knows he had no boost. He tried to put the speed on and then ends up handing it back to ECU, but the pressure still on Seb. Give it a near post read, but Chillin dives. Now it's Colrox. Can you make something happen? Unfortunately, it bounces back down.
It looks like the brooms have come out of the closet, Foof. ECU taking the third game. It's a close series all the way around, but Valpo not quite able to pick up a game here. So this will be a 3-0 sweep.
It will.
Breaking that pattern from ECU that you were talking about. It's no longer win-loss, win-loss.
They're not a coin flip anymore, Staged. I don't know how to feel. Well, breaking that trend is exactly what you wanted to see if you're an ECU fan. If you're a fan of the Pirates and you're following them, if you're the team of the Pirates, that is able to put two wins together. And that is a hard thing to do, especially in a league like NECC. Now let's flip it and look at the Beacons. Valpo, it's just been a bit of a rough season so far, but it's the early season. You're still getting to know each other. You're still getting the pace of the games. Just because you start 1-3 doesn't mean you have to throw it all away. Set fires to everything. We got to go. No, you had a very good showing in this game, and you kept yourselves into the game. It's just about finding some more meaningful touches, finding some different passes, and once you do that, you'll find yourself hanging with the best of the teams around.
Every sports team has rough seasons. Every sports team, there's very few teams that just go out and pull an entire perfect season. And it's really common, especially when you have the playoff situation and things like that, where you do start out rough and you find your footing and then you make a strong contending team. Maybe you don't take the entire championship, but overall, I think that Valpo has plenty of time and plenty of opportunity. They have a good, talented squad, and they can take this one away if they really want to grind away at it. That being said, we're going to have to see them next week because that's all they've got for it so far. We're going to go ahead and go to a quick little break. And when we come back, we're going to have the Hawking College Hawks versus CUNE White. And we're going to have a new set of casters, new action. So stay tuned, stay with us, and don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NECC for some more Rocket League action. I am Lars Newton. Joining me here in the casting booth is the one, the only, the Leechy Live. Leechy, you know how we have to start every single one of these. Thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and or dreams.
Happy to be here. Happy to be back with NECC. Had to take a couple weeks break due to scheduling conflicts, but we are here. Your favorite casting duo. It's definitely your favorite. I don't want to hear about any like foof stage nonsense. They're great. I love them, but come on, it's the LL connection. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got two Navigators White matches in a row, and the first one, if I can bring up my notes here, we have got the Hocking College Hawks going up against Concordia University, Nebraska White. Mr. Lars, I was looking at the numbers before we got started today. Hawks sitting P6 right now. Sorry, I'm using my racing terminology. They are in 6th place in the Navigators White table. 2-1 record, 6-6 with their games, so pretty middling, but they are in playoff contention. The top 8 do make playoffs, so sitting pretty right now. It is early in the season. It is only week 4, but they're doing pretty well for themselves. On the other side of it, Nebraska, Concordia, Nebraska, in 11th, 0-3. They are 0-9, Lars. Every single series, they have been swept. 0-3 versus Center College, 0-3 versus Murray State Blue, and 0-3 versus NCC White. I feel like it might. I hate to call things too early, but right now, it would be difficult to say that the Hawks are not heavy favorites in this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough sell for a team that has been swept so far all season to pick up a victory. That being said, I'd love to see them come out and win 1, maybe 2 games here and start to turn that season around. It was still, like you said, early in the season, and I was wondering how many other qualifiers we could possibly get on that statement. But we would like to have fun here by making fun of each other. But no, it is early in the season. There's plenty of time to try to make that up and get back into playoff contention, but it's going to have to start fairly soon here. Sooner or later, it is going to become too late to make that turnaround. So tonight, let this be the night that they make that start to come back. Pick up a game, maybe 2, hey, maybe in a series. You never know, because like you said, kind of a middling start out of, out of Hocking. They are going to be susceptible to a loss here. I mean, someone's already proven that they can be taken down. It's just going to be on Concordia to prove that they have the stuff to pull out a victory.
Absolutely. Yeah, Hawks were taken down 0-3 in week 2 by Valpo Rocket League Gold. And it was a sweep. It was 0-3. So the Hawks do bleed, should say. The Concordia guys need to prove that. The rough thing, as you touched on before, is that it's difficult to try and find that momentum when up till this point throughout the season, momentum has been completely on the other side. It will take, we'll say, maybe a Herculean effort, because it's 3 sweeps in a row. It's not just like 2. It's not like 2 sweeps and then maybe you had like a close game 5. Like 3 sweeps in a row is a very difficult thing to wrap your head around. I hope that doesn't weigh too heavy on these players' minds as we look to get Game 1 kicked off, ladies and gentlemen. Throw 5 minutes up on that clock. This is a best of 5. We are going to get this going. Hocking, represented by Grimjow, M. Savino, and Nido Grand. And Concordia going up against E-Man Football, Vuelo Meister, and George Binks. What a collection of player names. I'm loving it. All right, out towards the right side, Vuelo Meister, excuse me. Looking for this knock-in to the center. George. Not really any teammate to find there. It was a slow, kind of lethargic pass. Nido Grand, what a pop over one. Can't get it over the second one. George, nice, fairly calm stop, but 0 boost, so definitely would have had him shaken just a little bit. 45 seconds here. Chances on both ends, but the first team to convert is going to be Hocking. That's 1-0.
It's a nice read out of the mid here, picking up that awkward touch out of the corner, and then a nice little bounce shot straight into the center of the net. You like to see that, taking advantage of out of position Concordia. Concordia's gonna have to tighten up those defensive rotations if they want to keep the ball out of the net.
Grimjow knocking this along. Oh, trying to rather keep it from being knocked along. Man, football can't make contact. George should come in. Follow-up touch into the corner. A little bit too gentle, though. Yeah, football. Dropping this one down. 76 boost. Plenty of boost in the tank, but a little bit too patient with that ball. Lars, the game of threes is one that's characterized by urgency and apparently some ridiculously lucky dunks. George is going to tie this one back up. Look at that.
Leechy, you of all people know that 50-50s are a skill, not just luck, and that's a wonderful display of just that. Taking it one low, tucking it under that last defender, and unfortunately for Hawking, they get caught all upfield. No one's able to get back in time. This one is now tied up 1-1.
Nido Grant off that back wall. George Binks sending it all the way down past that halfway line. Savino just kind of frozen on the goal line and will get punished for it as well. Vuelo identified that, saw that he was an easy target and absolutely just speared into the front of him. Lars, something that these players need to get used to is not sticking to any fixed position, because especially in the game of threes, when there is so much going on, you need to make yourself available on every single side of the ball, and sticking just to defense or just to offense can be very punishing, as we just saw there.
Yeah, something I see a lot of players kind of struggle with is not wanting to rotate away from the ball. They think, hey, maybe there's a touch here. Maybe if I hang out in this position, I might get something. Especially on defense, I love to see players that are eager to rotate through. If you don't have the play, then you have to rotate through and look to get to that back post. And that allows to have a constant flow of players through. You've always got someone in a kind of an attacking position for the ball, and you're not sitting still as just a duck dead in the water.
Scramble in the corner there. E-Man Football couldn't get that touch out. Savino will miss. Hands it to Grimjow to clear. Half-hearted clearance there. Georgior coming in. Great dunk there by Vuelo Meister. A shot coming in from Georgior. No, it's off that left post. It's not over yet. Now it will be over. Vuelo sending it back across that halfway line. Man, so close. You get in Navigators, I've noticed, Lars, you get like these slow kind of build-ups of pressure, and it takes a very long time for moves to develop, and then all of a sudden opportunities just kind of pop out of nowhere, and it really is just a coin flip of whether or not a team is going to be able to capitalize on it. And right now we've seen chances go begging on either side of the ball. It's still 1-1 as we move to the 90-second mark in this game.
The thing I'm noticing out of Concordia is the rotations, especially on offense, are a little bit wide. They love to have one player up attacking and the other two players are on their own half. And there's going to be an opportunity, an unfortunate touch into the front of the net, and Grimjow not going to hesitate to punish that one.
Georgior couldn't get on the right side of the correct side of the ball, specifically. Grimjow, you're right, is not going to miss that one. Ball fed across the front face of that goal, and that is now 2-1 to the Hawks as E-Man Football sends us into their half. Oh no, a little smooch in the in the front field there. Georgior, shot, coming down. No, that's off of the crossbar. E-Man challenging this one. Savino will get the save out across. Great demo from Georgior Binks. Savino struggling with this one on the nose of his car. Georgior waiting patiently. Crossbar yet again. Man, Hawking taking this away a second time. Oh man, Concordia just could not get anything past the defense there. Now final 45 seconds. They need something desperately to get this game started off right.
Not lacking for offensive pressure. They're getting plenty of opportunities, but they need to find a way to close this one out. With coming up on only 30 seconds remaining, down by one is not the position you want to find yourself, especially here in game number 1 of this series. I want to see them get off to a hot start in the series. Here's an opportunity. Touched away, a great 50 in front of the net, and E-Man isn't able to get up in time. There's an aerial gone wanting. Now an opportunity back the other way for Concordia. Turned away with a big clear downfield. Is it enough? Can they get control? E-Man Football looking to chase into the corner. Now Grimjow is there first, has a big 50. That could be the death sentence for the hopes in game number 1 for Concordia, as this one falls in front of the net. It's a tough ask to get it all the way back down the field.
That one's up. Might be possible if they're very careful with their touches, which they are not. Hawking will take this one. Game 1, I won't necessarily say, Lars, in a convincing fashion. It just seemed that they were, capable of minimizing their mistakes, and B, just making the shots count when they needed to count. Nebraska had plenty of opportunities. I mean, look at that. Georgia, 5 shots to his name by himself. Just only made one of those count. If I'm looking for a little bit more shooting accuracy out of Concordia, Nebraska, and I think things are going to go a little bit better for them.
Well, something I noticed about some of their opportunities going wanting here, if I can bring up the board, I'm just going to assume the casters have been shown on screen. Bring up the board, is their rotations in the offensive end are a little lacking. So they're getting the attack, one player down on net, but then the other 2 players are lurking in kind of this region. I really need to see at least one other player coming up on this attack. Yeah, you want to have a player holding this midfield wall, but you have to have that ability to get those follow-up opportunities. A lot of these balls, they're getting touched away and just left in kind of this box in front of the net. You have to have that second player ready to come in and punish.
Lars Newt getting a chance to play with his Etch-a-Sketch, ladies and gentlemen. always a pleasure to see that popping up on stream. Game 2, Lars, this is a Concordia team that honestly, if they had gone up against the Hawks earlier this season, I wouldn't have pegged them as a team that was going to go on and get swept 3 times in a row. It's not that big of a difference between these 2 teams. It's the fine margins that exist between players at this skill level, and right now it seems that the Hawks are able to put things away. Man, football, excuse me, can't make that one work, and neither can Georgia, adding another shot to his tally. Man, it is only a matter of time before Nebraska gets a game on the board, but they're going to have to fight even harder with this early goal from the Hawks.
Yeah, they're playing from behind just so consistently so far here in this series, and in the season really representative of that. They need to find a way to get out ahead, get control, and then retain it. It's not enough just to, hey, we got a goal here and there. You have to really establish some dominance when you've been on the back foot this long. You have to come out swinging and really put someone on the ropes and say, hey, nope, this is our game now. You don't have a choice in it.
Willowmeister. It's a backboard pass. E-Man football coming in. That one gets sent wide by the Hawks. Willowmeister yet again. That one's popped up. Inviting opportunity. Oh, it's right in. That ball just kind of pinballed off about 16 different people. Given that there are only 6 people on the field, that's impressive. But Willowmeister passed in towards E-Man football. That is the tying goal.
I don't need to be that guy that says I told you so, but notice there were 2 attackers on the side of Concordia to come down and force that ball home to make sure that it found its way into the net. That's what we needed to see out of Concordia. That attack, that re-attack, that consistent pressure, not allowing your opponents to say, hey, we stopped one shot and no one else is here to kick another one. We get a free clear.
Willowmeister. Oh no, backboard pass. E-Man so close to making that 2. Vuelo. I will say, Willowmeister and Georgia Binks have been really, really good at getting up in the faces of Hawking College. They've really, done everything possible to stop them getting comfortable. And, easy for me to say that because they are 1-0 down in the series, but it was only a 1-goal game. And I think that's the right approach long term. Get in their faces, stop them from being able to develop these passing plays and these slow dribbles down the field where they just make completely unchallenged progress. And I think things will work out a little bit better. I would like to see E-Man football, I think, upping the contribution level just a little bit, but maybe, first, second game jitters. Hopefully it's only a matter of time.
Well, there's a lot of boost focus on the side of Concordia. I see them coming downfield, looking for some boost steals, looking for some opportunities to put Hawking into an awkward position. That, speaking of which, is an awkward shot that's not going to find its way on the net as Naito Grand will get the clear here. But I also see it happening on the other side of the field as well. Concordia very conservative, making sure they pick up their own corners. I want to see a little bit better pathing through the midfield. Like you said earlier, keep moving, keep some motion in some of these rotations, and not sit static waiting for that boost to spawn.
Good clearance there from the Hawks. E-Man and Vuelo turning at the same time. Vuelo will take that touch. Oh, dangerous E-Man. Opportunity to score. Knocks it past 1, knocks it past 2. That is a lead for Concordia University, Nebraska.
2 players attacking the net with a demo to clear the goalie. It's picture perfect. It's exactly what you want to see out of Concordia. More of that, please.
Good kickoff towards Hawking College. Nato Cran, oh, misses that clearance. George right in for 3, right place, right time. That's a 2-goal lead.
All right, now we've got some momentum on the side of Concordia. They've been able to take advantage of a couple of defensive mistakes on the side of Hawking. Now, I've talked a lot about what Concordia can do to get an advantage. Hawking, on the other side, needs to protect that shooting lane. They have been too happy to give Concordia the ball in front of their own net. The angles are too wide. It's too hard to defend. Get it to the corners or get it downfield. Don't leave it in the slot.
Popped over the top. Grimjow having to chase this one all the way back. Nato Grande, a good stop out across. Reduce the amount of danger. Send into Concordia's half. George Binks, awkward half flip, but does, oh no, readjust, not quite quick enough. Grimjow stabs it home to bring them back within 1.
That's a very nice read, taking advantage of George Binks being in a bit of an awkward position here. They don't get back to it quick enough, and even had they gotten back to that in a reasonable amount of time, they didn't have a lot of options of where to put it. There's no way for them to get around the front of that ball. They have to hope they've got a second teammate there who's in front of the net already. They can cut in on that and clear it downfield, or they can get so much power across that, honestly, it's at risk of coming right back to center.
Knocked out across now from Grimjow. Man, off that backboard, coming in, follow-up touch, backboard yet again, Velomeister. Oh, we'll get beaten to it by Grim. Concordia still hanging on to 1 goal. Hopefully they feel a little bit bolstered by the fact that they could put 3 past such a surging opponent. And something else that I love seeing, Lars, is the shot total. Every single person on Concordia with at least 3 shots, making sure that every single person on the team is a threat that Hawking have to deal with.
And they've settled into a bit better of an offensive rotation. They're a little bit more active on offense, and they're doing a good job of getting everyone involved, and that's part of why having a fast rotation is George Binks coming down from on high. Can't quite find that final touch, but you'll love to see that level of aggression out of this team. I just want to see that same kind of speed and aggression in the defensive end.
Georgia handing that off to Vuelo. Called him off. You could see the communication. Nice stop there by E-Man. Grim. Oh, tricky angle. E-Man caught in a very troubling situation there. Difficult to do much about it. That's 3-3.
Georgia's just not up quite fast enough. It's a beautiful pass in. The negative angle touch to put it off the post and set it in front of the net. Got to have a player stay home on that back post because that's the position that's going to pick up a save there and retain this lead. I was just thinking to myself, it's great to see Concordia in the lead. Oh boy, that's threatening. But 1 goal can disappear so quickly. And now you can see they've fallen into a bit more of a defensive, conservative rotation, playing very far back, and it's not going to bail them out. Here is Grimjow. We'll pick one up.
A little bit lax with their positioning on defense. George Binks, maybe a controlling touch would have been better, but then again, difficult to ask that of players at this level. Leaves it out. And I mean, what's done is done. The Hawks stab that home, and now 18 seconds left. Man, Nebraska, we're doing such a good job of maintaining a lead and showing demonstrable confidence, and that has all gone out the window in the final, let's say, 90 seconds of this match. And now it's about to go 2-0 down, unless a miracle happens here, which it won't. The Hawking College Hawks are now a single game away from putting this to bed. Lars, Concordia, this is not a team that deserves to be swept. Look at that. 4s across the board for Nebraska shooting. Oh my God. It was just, I don't think there was necessarily much wrong with the offensive contributions. It was just those lapses in judgment on the defense. You can see it as well. Only a single save on the side of Concordia compared to 6 on the Hawks. Clearly the Hawks, if there was one area of the gameplay that the Hawks are outshining Nebraska, it is far and away defense.
Yeah, and you could see that kind of confidence flow of up and down on the side of Concordia. They did a good job in the start of coming back from being a goal down. They set themselves up into a lead, and you could see where they started to get a little more aggressive. They started to get a little faster in how they play. They're more eager to take shots on net, and that's the Concordia we need to see. They evaporated that lead, and you could see immediately they start having players rotate very wide all the way back to their own net. and it leaves so much space and so many opportunities for Hawking to come and take advantage of. Yes, you got burned a couple of times and your lead went away. That doesn't mean to give up on that kind of aggressive strategy. You have to stay in the face of Hawking.
Game 3, we go to Neo Tokyo, and all of a sudden, Concordia need to get their act together, and it looked very much like they had their act together in Game 2, and then a late surge from the Hawks, and it was done and dusted. 5 more minutes up on the clock. Vuelo, pass out mid, but Sergeant Cyber here, a substitute for Hawking College, is going to make an appearance. Who was that for? I'm blind, and also I have a bad brain. I'm looking at my notes. Lars, help me.
I suffer from what many are called as dumb brain.
It was Savino. M. Savino. Oh my God. All right. This is unforgivable. That one knocked towards the goal. Wellomeister. The good thing, Lars, is that we didn't bring a lot of attention to it. What a save there from Georgia Banks. Very close. Man, the counterattack here from Concordia looking to build, but man, yet again, it's that accuracy that lets them down just a little bit, although that was a lovely touch from Georgia to keep the pressure on. Wello coming across. Georgia, maybe a finishing touch. No, Sergeant Cyber, man, playing savior on the defensive end. Well done to keep the scoreline at 0-0.
Yeah, this has been very interesting watching these opportunities because they've been so good. You've seen some very, very nice looks on the net. They just can't find that last little bit of magic to tuck that ball home, give it a kiss on the forehead and say goodnight as E-Man is able to get that one clear. And Grimjow sends that one wide, buying a little bit more time for Concordia here as they look to pick up their first win of the season and force Game 4.
Ooh, Nido Grant. Tricky pop there. Georgia up nice and high. Sergeant Cyber killing that one as soon as it began. Wello. Oh no. Difficult 50 to deal with. Grim will knock this one in. The spoils of war go to the victor. Grimjow 1-0.
That's a great challenge at the midfield, and Concordia embracing some of the aggressiveness I've asked for is caught upfield. There's no one home to recover on that one, and it just comes on the back of a great 50-50. Those midfield challenges, especially in threes, so critical. You have 3 players on the field. That means you could be doing 3 things at once, and one of them should always be challenging the ball. Right now, that's a good look. Hawking doing a good job of staying up and being aggressive towards the ball.
Georgia. Off the nose of Nido Grant. Coming down. Vuelo can't find a touch. E-Man coming in. No, gets beaten to the ball by Grimjow. Nido Grant. Oh, very fakey touch there. Wellomeister coming in with that clearance. Sergeant Cyber over to Vuelo. A flailing touch. What a pass across from Grimjow, but Nido Grant couldn't find that finishing touch on that one. Vuelo facing off against Nido Grant. Gets the demo. No piece of the ball, however. Grimjow and Sergeant Cyber working together. Oh no, not the greatest touch from E-Man. What a save, a mandatory one there from Georgia Banks. And now E-Man football. Is that one on target? Just off. Grimjow knocks this wide. Final 2 minutes here, Lars. And so far, Nebraska are still struggling for that first goal.
Well, we know they can get it. We've seen them score. We've seen them be competitive. And really, like we talked about with Nebraska, where holding that 1-goal lead makes me uncomfortable because 1 goal can evaporate so quickly. Same thing back the other way. We just need to see Nebraska pull it together a little bit. A couple of double commits here and there, a little bit of communication issues, and then finally that last little bit of shot accuracy. If they can click on at least 2 of those things, then I think we could see them pick up a goal and maybe force Game 4, but that's not going to be the way to start it. Sub 90 seconds, and now Hawking leads by 2.
Rough situation to deal with the rest of this. Willow, oh man, biting on that challenge. Nido Grant, to his credit, did very well to flip that over the oncoming defender. 89 seconds left, and Concordia's job just got twice as difficult. Decent pinch. Cyber killing any opportunity for this ball to get out of Nebraska's half. Oh no, drop down. Nido Grant couldn't find contact. Difficult angle, to be fair. Grimjow getting beaten. Georgia, a nice flick. Had a lot of pace on the ball. All the momentum got kind of sucked out right in that corner. Cyber Up high. Oh, football. Oh, bit of a confusing touch, and that one is in, Lars. That's 3-0 for Hawking. I think, unfortunately, Concordia are headed towards their 4th sweep in a row.
Well, you know how I feel about significant leads late in the game and how that puts your opponent in such a bad position mentally, because now a team that's already struggled with aggression needs to be that much more aggressive to try to make up 3 goals in 50 seconds. They're going to be that much more vulnerable in the defensive end. It's a bad look as Nido Grand finds the corner for number 4.
Number 4 indeed. 45 seconds left. This is pretty much done and dusted. Mayhem. Absolute mayhem in front of the Concordia goal. And I mean, you hit the nail on the head, Lars. Teams who are not used to being aggressive all of a sudden need to pull aggression out of nowhere, and that's exactly how you start seeing more and more mistakes. And it's almost like the floodgates open because they've had 3 goals scored on them across the course of the first, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and now the past 60 seconds, we've seen just the ball's just absolutely flying into the back of the goal. Case in point, goal number 5 for Nido Grand. It's starting to become a bit of a walk for the Hawks. And honestly, we say all this, the Hawks are showing why they deserve to be in playoff contention. I want, going forward, we are at the halfway point through this season. If Concordia have any shot at making playoffs, they need to work with some kind of an outside observer, I think in the form of a coach or what have you, and figure out, and easier said than done, but they need to figure out how to find that consistency and just the hunger that they had for winning a game in game number 2. Yes, they did wind up losing it, but it was so close and they had the lead for so long, and they still had it slip through their fingers by the end of the game. It was unfortunate. Yet again, I don't think at least game 2 Concordia wasn't a team that deserved to be swept, but I don't know if I can necessarily say the same for game 3 Concordia. It was a very different picture.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate look for Nebraska. They put up a good showing here. Even in game 1, it was still a really good effort to try to pick up a win here, and unfortunately they walk away with none. And I have to agree. I think there's plenty of mechanical skill here on the side of Concordia. We saw them rip some really nice shots, get very aggressive looks on aerials and things like that, looking for dunks and good challenges in the midfield. They just didn't execute really positionally, I think was the biggest issue. It was more positions and rotations than anything else. I'd like to see them clean that up a little bit, and then maybe they could be a very competitive team going forward.
The Hawks will climb a couple positions up the table, at least one. They now go through the rest of the season on a 3-1 record, so cementing their bid as a playoff contending team. I just accidentally closed my tab. Let me just do a reopen there. Oh my God, now I gotta freaking navigate. Scrolling. Okay, sorry. Very professional. Concordia White.
Only the best.
Owen, yeah, absolutely. Concordia White. 0-4. So they are now unfortunately mixing it at the very bottom of this table, right next to the Finlandia Lions, who are also 0-4, and an 0-12 record. It doesn't look pretty. Some deep digging needs to be done. I can't really figure out many more ways to say this, but Concordia needs to find the plug and unclog the drains per se, because some offensive creativity and some defensive solidity are very much in order. It needs to come from somewhere. Where that somewhere is, I'm not quite sure, but it is very much up to them to figure it out.
Yeah, rotations. I can't harp on enough, because again, I think at this level of play, they've got plenty of mechanical ability to execute. They just aren't in the right spot at the right time. And again, just to vindicate what you were saying, I think an outside observer, or even just taking time to go back and watch replays yourself, it's probably not as helpful as to have a high-level coach come in and help, but even that is going to be beneficial. So take some time, watch the replays, and figure out where you maybe could have done a little bit better. And I think this can be a competitive team. They just have to do so now. Otherwise, they may not be around very long to finish out and see exactly how far they can go. But speaking of how far we can go, that is not the end of our night here for Rocket League. We're going to take a short break, but before we do, USM White versus UBC White coming up right after this. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NECC for some more Rocket League action. I know we just told you who it's going to be, and it's USM White versus UBC White. Leechy, thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and or dreams?
Another top-heavy matchup today. UBC White 3-0, a commanding second place spot on this table right now with a record of, 9-5 with their games. So it has been a hard-fought second place up till this point. 2 out of their 3 matches went the distance. They had to take it all the way to Game 5 to get to the point where they could wrap the series up. But they did manage to do it. Their second game of the series was against Upper Iowa. They managed to win that 3-1, so a little bit more comfortable. On the flip side, Southern Miss White, not quite sweeps, so it's not quite the same as the Concordia game that we saw just before this, but man, 1-3 against Carroll B, 0-3 against MBU Rocket League, and then 1-3 against George Fox Gray. So it has definitely been a more difficult road so far for Southern Miss, and they are sitting, unfortunately, at the very bottom of this table. Lars, I'm kind of expecting to see more of the same.
Well, here's hoping. Team that's already proven they can take games off of other teams can continue to do so and maybe even pick up a series win here. You never know. One of the great things about casting at this level is anything can happen. It can be very exciting. It can be very different. I love to see it. And I also love to see you bringing out all the stats. Leechy's brain's so big we can't even fit the whole thing on camera.
I was like, how is he going to work this in? Oh, my God. Very good, Lars. Okay, get the stupid players on the field. I want to hear it. Okay, game 1. Throw 5 minutes up on the clock. Producer, switch to the game. Let's go. Gravity Kitty, and Poison Serpent representing USM. And then on the other side, UBC represented by Rome Destroyer, KBM, and Kenamondo. Let's get this going. We're starting off on Salty Shores Night. Not a map that a lot of people are fans of, or at least the day version, but I'm a very big fan of this map, and haters can go away, in my opinion.
I feel like the people that don't like Salty Shores day or night, it has to do with their video settings. They have light bloom and shafts and all kinds of other stuff on that. Really, if you're a serious gamer Rocket League, you turn all that stuff off and run just clean basic Rocket League. But now that I'm off my soapbox. I've got a quick back and forth here off the start of this game. Neither team really has a great possession, great pressure downfield, as both teams looking to open up their first real attack on net.
You heard it here first. Lars claims pros only need 6 pixels to be able to play Rocket League properly. KBM, decent 50, out into the middle. Poison Serpent, the bounce shot, a great save across from Rome Destroyer. Kitty taking this up the wall. Feeds it out to Poison Serpent. Not quite on target, but Kitty is there for the follow-up. Kenamondo sending it wide over to KBM to get the clearance, and Gravity will chase this all the way back. Still rolling back, leaving it to a teammate. No, actually, getting the backflip in the corner. Stalling for a little bit of time. Wow, interesting pinch clearance. That one's off of the ceiling. Rome Destroyer up, nice and tall. Can't make contact. Poison Serpent barely does. Kenamondo into the corner. Knocked away, great bump. This one's open. KBM can't really wrangle that ball under control, and that one is now sent wide. Still 0-0, just about 2 minutes gone in game number 1.
I like to see the level of aggression and the level of speed. Everyone's challenging the ball. Everyone's up in the other team's face. That's an interesting try to pass to the center off the wall. Not sure it was really necessary at this point. Now, Rome Destroyer with a shot. That's going to go just high. Kenamondo can't get there in time to clean it up, but a very solid defensive stand so far. We haven't seen a lot of really, really good shots on net, but what has gone netwards has been stopped handily on both sides of the ball.
Kitty for USM. Not getting beaten by KBM there. Kenamondo looking for that dribble. Oh, over one. No, Rome Destroyer just kind of pancaking it up against the crossbar. Difficult angle to hit as we just passed this halfway mark. KBM looking for the clearance. No, feeds it to Gravity. Dangerous. No! I think that was an own goal. Let me watch this replay back, Lars.
Well, we've had this discussion time and time again about what actually constitutes an own goal. That may have bar down. That may have bar down.
I don't know, man. Regardless, it's painful. Regardless, it's painful because you were the last person to touch that one. you get the situation because they need to make some kind of a touch, because even if it doesn't go far down and it very close, and it bounces out, it still turns into a very enticing pass for any one of the 3 USM players that could have jumped on it. But it worked out the way it worked out. So 1-0 to USM, 2 minutes remaining. Gravity doing the fall of shame. Not a lot of boost to correct their trajectory back down. Kitty, nice turn. Leaves this to Gravity in the corner. Can't make contact. Roam Destroyer will. Oh! What a pass! KBM. Kenamondo coming with the follow-up. 2 pops off of the crossbar in a row. KBM missing. Roam Destroyer. 3rd time's a charm. Dear Lord, take a breath. It's 1-1.
Wow, there's a little bit of a roller coaster of emotions here, as that pass was so gorgeous. Seeing that one develop in real time and then watching it find the crossbar, a goal deserved to be scored there. And then just the repeat attempts, finally, the repeated attack, that quick rotation in the offensive zone will yield results for UBC. Can they continue to find that kind of success on that team play, or will it be the pop-off factor that is the decider here?
KBM knocks it out to that right side. Kenamondo waiting in support. Keeps it back up against that USM wall. Roam Destroyer in a 2v1. Kenamondo, the only person back, but we'll get a confident clearance up that right side. Kitty off the corner wall. Roam Destroyer up nice and tall. That one's off the corner wall yet again. Good rotation from KBM, but couldn't get the contact he wanted. Kenamondo feeds us into the nose of Poison Serpent, running out of boost midair. You hate to see that one. Final 60 seconds left. Lars, this is a nice even matchup as of right now, at least.
Good back and forth, good challenges. There's an opportunity. I like to see the team play coming through. I like to see the rotations really establishing presence on the field. This is a big field compared to the cars. I mean, even just look at a car sitting in the net. When you see him moving and you see everything happening in a flash, you don't get the real sense for just how small the car is relative to the rest of what's going on the field. But with the way these teams are moving, they're doing a good job of making sure that these feels like the whole field is full, but now they're being very quick in the rotations. Unfortunately for UBC, they had a good opportunity there, but it was taken away, and a little bit of a miscommunication, and it could prove fatal if they don't find a way to punish USM.
Great demo by Roam Destroyer. Open up the field a little bit. Kenamondo opts to take it mid. Saw the plan there. Still has the ball, and the second I say that, gets knocked away. KBM down to the middle. Kitty will send it wide. We are headed to overtime in game number 1. Lars, this is shaping up to be much spicier than I thought it would be.
Well, it's a good start, and you know we love to see some good, even Rocket League. There's a good attempt towards the net, but no one to follow through, and it's not on target. Will allow UBC to clear this one away. The one thing, we'll save it for the intermission. We can talk about where things can go better, where things have gone well as it is. There's a look from aggressively upfield. Kenamondo able to touch that one to the post. It's a diving save, but it's enough to keep them in this game. I see this going back the other way. It's UBC, the only team who's had to find a way to score on their own without the help of their opponent.
Very true. Kenamondo coming in. Bopping that off of the back wall. KBM can't find a touch, so we'll leave it to Roam Destroyer. Decent 50, still has the ball. Man after my own heart, I see. Rocking this one, past the second one. Being super obnoxious. Are you kidding me? Roam Destroyer will win this game for UBC off of the back of some ridiculous slow play. Had no boost, but full belief. I'm in absolute love right now.
I think that's a series of like 4 50s in a row to just absolutely walk that ball down the side of the field. Oh, it's gorgeous. I love to see it. Oh, it's beautiful. And UBC have a hard-earned victory over USM in game number 1. Can we see more of this, or is that a one-off? Is it going to be just blowouts for the rest of the series?
I'm like Patrick in that one episode of SpongeBob where he's just like, he's like rocking back and forth. Oh, that was awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So, all right. Collect ourselves. That was a lovely win for UBC. I will say, Lars, UBC, to me at least, did not look like a team that was head and shoulders above USM in terms of player quality. That was pretty even, all things considered. Some ridiculous Rome Destroyer 50s putting that one away in overtime. But that, honestly, without that freak situation, that game really could have gone either way. I think USM should be proud of how far they pushed UBC to force them to have to pull off some ridiculous solo effort to make that one work. I would be surprised if USM doesn't pull off at least one game win here.
Yeah, this was such an even matchup. The one thing, I mentioned it briefly before deciding we better focus on the gameplay instead. The one thing I'd like to see them tighten up a little bit on both sides of the ball is some control touches. They've got kind of a nasty habit of just throwing the ball downfield and then chasing it down there. I'd like to see more control in the transitions and less of this kind of dump and chase gameplay style.
Neo Tokyo for game number 2. Rome Destroyer, the 50 Gaud. Feeds this over to Kenamondo. Kitty pushing up that left side. Tricky touch there. Knocks it across. One teammate was definitely not ready for that pass. That was Poison Serpent. Gravity will get beaten up that side wall. Kenamondo. Audacious ceiling shot there. Kitty doing some 50s of their own. Poison Serpent sends this over to Kitty in the pass. Tries to knock it back. Does so quite well. Poison Serpent, probing shot, leaves this to Gravity now. Goes up nice and high, but will get beaten to that ball. Kitty, man, USM are playing a risky game, Lars. I've noticed already. They have pushed very, very high up the field, and especially at this level of play, all it takes is one good freak clearance, and that ball is flying over your head and likely into the back of your own goal.
Well, so far, they've done a good job of it, at a minimum, having a player back whenever they say a clear is coming, and being able to bring good pressure while not getting beaten over the backside at the same time has been critical. Here's an opportunity across the top of the net, but Kitties gets a bump on KBM, and I don't think it was going to be low enough to tuck home as it was. A couple of good looks, a couple of aggressive looks. You mentioned earlier that ceiling shot. Here's another opportunity, and there's a flip reset off of that. Maybe they'll get another touch. They elect to not use that, as that's going to be stopped with authority on the goal line.
Poison Serpent, cross out. Kitty coming in. Get beaten to it by Kenamondo. Oh, Gravity can't find the touch. KBM over the top of 2. Not a challenge that USM needed to make there, but doesn't wind up biting them. Kenamondo, patient. Over to Poison now, who's trying to pass it to Kitty, but Rome Destroyer is just absolutely everywhere, refusing to give USM any room to breathe. Kitty, not the best clearance. KBM, double tap off the wall. Will turn into a bit of a pass, and not a lot of meat behind that one. Rome Destroyer coming in for another swing. Still 0-0, miraculously, Lars. Few seconds here before halftime. There have definitely been attempts on both sides of the ball, but I would say, as opposed to game 1, game 2 is looking a lot more confident in favor of UBC.
They've done a good job of getting lots and lots of pressure down on that USM net, but not this entire game. The first minute or so was very back and forth. It was very kind of hit or miss as far as the quality of opportunities here. They're definitely going for some flash, for a little bit of extra aggressiveness there, the UBC that is. But USM found a way to get it clear. As soon as UBC started to slow down a little bit, not in the level of speed and gameplay, but in the level of aggressiveness towards the shots, they started to get some more consistent offensive pressure. But even as I say that, they haven't cleared the ball in a while. USM doing a good job of getting pressure downfield and putting UBC on the back foot.
Poison rushing for this clearance. Used all his boost to do so, but paid off in the end. And Kenamondo. Not a ton of boost. Get punished for it. KBM sending it up to Kenamondo. Back across to KBM. What a back and forth pass. That is the 1-2 that I love to see. That's 1-0.
Oh boy, 1, 2, 3, 4 if you're including that defensive player getting stuff to send that one upfield. Gorgeous awareness on the field as they move up and down and staying on ball cam, communicating with your team and not turning away too early. It's so critical to have that level of communication, that level of cooperation and awareness of the ball as you go up and down the field. That's what opens up opportunities for beautiful, beautiful passing plays like that one.
KBM, backflip touch. Wound up being safe though. Nobody on USM challenged this. They're all retreating. Poison Serpent will stand up to this. And Kitty to follow. KBM. Can't beat Poison. UBC. Looking to build. Kenamondo dangerous off that ceiling. Does get the touch. It's high off that backboard. Rome is up for the follow-up, but on target technically, but not enough sauce behind it to make a difference. Final 40 seconds, and USM tying this one up. I was just about to say, staring down the barrel of a 2-0 situation, and they have clawed themselves out.
I think the term is eating the words, but you guess you didn't even let him come out. You swallowed him right there, or even had a chance to finish your sentence. USM ties it up. We are late in game number 2, and it's an absolute slugfest. Neither team ready to back down.
KBM missing this one. Rome over to KBM yet again. 2 players, same spot. A situation you want to be in. Kitty, 0 boost, opts to stay behind the ball. Looking for some 50s of their own. Rome Destroyer sends this over to Poison. Nice and high, keeps it in the corner. KBM and Rome working together. A little bit of a pinch clearance. That is a stinging shot, but Kenamondo will get that save. Yet again, not a ton of boost. Tries to stick back to the wall. Gets that full boost on the way out. Lars, it's overtime number 2 in this rip-roaring series.
Back-to-back overtimes. You love to see it. It's good, clean, family fun here at NECC as we see 2 teams absolutely duke it out on the pitch. Overtime back-to-back, and there's an opportunity from Rome Destroyer. Would have been an absolutely nuts read out of the corner. We will continue to see more Rocket League action between these 2 games. And honestly, if this series doesn't go to a game 5, we've been robbed.
Could not agree more. Kitty along this left side. Can't beat KBM. Off the ceiling. Man, it really is terrifying to watch. Like, maybe not in the score line, but at the very least in the car control, you can see the confidence of UBC White, those aerial rotations as they go up for the ball. Just knowing where their car is going to be in relation to the ball once they get up there. It is a terrifying thing to watch, especially compared to USM, where a lot of their aerials have been a little bit just kind of more, bog standard, jumping dead straight up towards the ball. It doesn't necessarily mean anything in the long run other than it's a sign of a team that has confidence in pretty much every single aspect of their gameplay.
Not a lot of confidence in that touch there. 2 players will commit to try to get that one clear. This ball continues to lurk threatening in front of the UBC net. UBC has been on the back foot for a while now. I'd love to see them get this ball clear. And I'm not usually a fan of dump and chase. I already called both teams out for that earlier in the intermission here. But sometimes when you've been on the defensive for this long, you just need a little room to breathe. And at that point, a little bit of dump and chase isn't the worst thing. Get the ball out of your own end, get yourself some breathing room, and even if it gets returned back, at least you've had a second to pick up some boost, and maybe give your teammate a little bit of a morale bump like you just saw there, and reset and try to get back on the attack.
Kitty starting an attack for USM White. Could this be the nail in the coffin for game 2? Second touch. Poison knocking down on top off that left side post, so close. Overtime continues on. We have trudged through 2 minutes of this overtime. As you said earlier, Lars, neither team willing to back down. We have officially played a game and a half of Rocket League, all in the span of game 2. I am loving this.
I'm loving this opportunity, but gravity is not there in time. KBM will pick up, well, not a credited save, but what surely would have been a shot on net had that been allowed to go free. Destroyer getting good control at the midfield. That's something both teams have had a good showing with today, or excuse me, in this last game, is that ability to control at midfield, to be able to force the ball back down into the offensive zone and maintain pressure for extended periods of time. USM doing it not quite as well as UBC. UBC has been able to put on some absolutely monstrously long offensive opportunities. Oh, that was a gorgeous look. They just couldn't quite get back to the ball. And now Gravity has a chance, but elects to flip a little early and gives KBM one of the easier saves of the night.
I'll tell you what, man, every single time Kenamondo comes off of that ceiling, I hold my breath a little bit because it's not often that you see, oh my God, mechanical ability like this. Rogue Destroyer, yet another 50 victory just across the face of Poison. I don't even know that Poison got much of a touch there, but it didn't matter because even if he did, Rome had that covered. 2-0 to UBC.
That was a great touch. Oh, that was beautiful. You could see them go up, see they have space, catch the ball, and then drop it. And you can see them just kind of pre-position, recognizing where that challenger is coming, recognizing where they need to be, that whatever happens, at a minimum, they're not going to get a good clear, and you're going to have a teammate there to follow up that shot. Doesn't need it. Rome Destroyer, back-to-back overtime winners.
Man. The shot total is a very interesting thing to look at here because UBC 3-3-2, KBM, Rome Destroyer, and Kenamondo respectively. On the side of USM, Kitty had no shots, but tops the leaderboard, albeit by a single point, based on the save total and the assists. So very much a support player, but man, Poison and Gravity super active on the offensive side of the ball. Poison by himself, 5 shots, absolutely ridiculous, was only able to find one of them off of the back of that Kitty assist, as mentioned earlier. USM, they seem to be firing on all cylinders, but it's been 2 overtimes in a row that have been put to bed by some individual efforts, courtesy of UBC. So, man, game 3, I don't really know what else to suggest to change because things haven't been going poorly for USM. They need to get more shots on the board because clearly UBC has the longevity to stick out a very difficult overtime and make things happen when they need to happen. So USM's best shot right now, I think, is just putting 2-3 goals past their opponents and not giving them any shot at going to OT.
Said courtesy of some individual efforts. I think we could be a little more specific of that. Courtesy of Rome Destroyer's individual effort on the 50-50s. And I know they didn't actually score the goal that won game number 1, but it doesn't happen without Rome Destroyer absolutely destroying that defense. That being said, 2 overtimes, there's the pass into the front, and UBC with an early lead.
Rome Destroyer reading this one off that back wall, and the second touch looking for the Doomsy dish in the Navigators League. Absolutely ridiculous. KBM coming in, finishing that one off. 1-0 for UBC. That was an early lead that we wanted to see, just not from the team that actually needed it the most.
Have plenty of opportunities, plenty of game left to try to get one back and put themselves in the lead. Something else I want to point out from game number 2. Kitty, 1 assist on 0 shots. That's a rare stat combo. Oftentimes, the assists come from a shot that's either blocked or finds a post but gets counted as a shot anyways, and then it's cleaned up, and hey, look, there's an assist. Or even passes that find themselves in front of the net and getting counted as shots. And I think it's just interesting to note the ability to pick up an actual very clean, very... I don't have a good word for it, for lack of a better term, just clean pass play that doesn't get registered as anything but.
Rome Destroyer. What has he got in his back pocket this time? Little swerve. Oh, Lord. Okay, they swerved me out again with another substitute. Little Swervo coming in as the sub for USM. Oh, looking to get things started there. Didn't quite work out. KBM. Oh, out across. Dangerous touch, Little Swervo. Trying to play that that offensive, or that physical rather, that physical presence. Just something I always love to see in the threes game. Kenamondo. About half a tank of boost. Good flick, using that dominance to great effect. Swervo out towards that right side. That one's popped up. Has an opportunity here if he treats it well, and treats it well. He does not. Unfortunate. Kitty. Keep the ball going, 0 boost, but will commit to the play. Kenamondo will send this long. Halftime looming. It's still 1-0 to UBC.
Let's say Lychee would know something about treating something well, Mr. Big Married Man over here. Congratulations again. Go ahead and take a moment to say that as Rome Destroyer looking to pick up another goal themselves, but they'll get the opportunity to center. Kenamondo can't quite find the touch. Now KBM with the contain. Again, we see UBC, a fast offensive rotation, doing an excellent job of bringing pressure downfield and maintaining it there. Oh, that's a good look.
So tricky, KBM. Opting not to commit to that one. Probably the right decision in the long run, but man, it would have looked so good. Rome Destroyer has been a non-stop threat throughout this entire series, Lars. Every single time he's gotten on the ball, whether it's a slow dribble counting on multiple 50s in a row, or some tricky aerial shot where he needs to wrap the car around the ball in a very specific way, he's managed to pull this stuff off time and time again. A huge reason, I'm sure, why UBC are so high up at this point in the season.
Yeah, I can touch the ball in the air too. I did that air dribble gauntlet and I got through level 1 after like 70 attempts. So, you know.
Good job, buddy.
A big boy.
I believe in you. USM
needs to find a goal here. Coming up on 69 seconds remaining, and they can't quite find that last bit of magic to get this ball home. UBC looking to seal this one up, but only by just the skin of their teeth. 1-goal games all the way around so far, unless they can find a way to open this one up.
I'm liking the swarming around the ball that I'm seeing from USM. I just want their touches to be a little bit more productive. Rome Destroyer. Oh, okay. Smart move. Who was that, Poison? Smart move. Knock the daylights out of Rome. If he's on the ball, keep it away from him. Oh, the shot from KBM doesn't go in, but who else? It's going to be Rome Destroyer making it 2 with 37 seconds on the clock.
Wow. Leechy, when we're done here, we've got to give our casters notes and recommend a MVP for the series. I've got a hunch who you're going to recommend. Just a thought, an inkling, if you will, that perhaps they may have to do something with roads and how they all lead to one place and Germans, and yeah, just a stretching analogy at this point. 30 seconds left on the clock. UBC in the lead by 2, looking to close this series out in a clean sweep, but man, a hard-fought one.
Final 15, Kitty knocking it across. Backward pass attempt. I fear that was definitely the last opportunity, because now all UBC needs to do is keep the ball high and keep it long. Lil Swervo coming across. No, Poison couldn't even get a touch there. Lars, that does it. 2 sweeps in a row tonight, and that's UBC's sweep here. Man, what a absolutely lights out commanding performance. Rome Destroyer, KBM, and Kenamondo putting this series to bed. I will say maybe game 1 and 2 put things a little bit in doubt, but the amount of confidence from all UBC players in game 3, it could not possibly have been anybody else.
I will tell you this. Everybody but Rome Destroyer, KBM, and Kenamondo got robbed. Oh my goodness, this series absolutely needed to go to game 5. It would have just been so much fun to watch this go all the way, go the distance, maybe probably see 2 more overtimes by the time it's over. But UBC at the end of the day proving why they're, I believe, number 2 on the leaderboard, taking this one a clean sweep, despite the width of it being not that great. It's a narrow margin to pick up these dubs, but they do it nonetheless. And they're your victors here tonight.
UBC fly right up to the top of the table. They will share, at least for the time being, share first place with RSU Rocket League Blue. 4-0 record, sitting pretty at the top of the table. Lars, things are looking very, very good for UBC long term. I would expect them to go very, very far in this playoff run. On the other side of things, Southern Miss, absolute bottom. They came in absolute bottom, and they will stay absolute bottom. Their game record is now 2-12, and series record 0-4. We're halfway through the season. It's not technically impossible, but we're going to need to see some drastic changes from this team in order to put series to bed. If they could just have those overtime situations go their way, we'd be looking at a very different situation right now.
Yeah, I don't think the tail of the tape here of a 3-0 sweep is going to really give credence to what happened here tonight. But we've harped enough on what it's like to be at this position, this point of the season, where you really need to pick up some victories to make your way to the playoffs. And once playoffs happen, all that's out the window. It doesn't matter anymore what your season record was. Now it's do or die. You have to get victories to stay alive in playoffs. All you got to do, though, is get there. That's going to be the big struggle for a couple of teams we've seen here tonight. Speaking of teams we've seen here tonight, that's going to be it for Lars, Newt, myself, oh my goodness, and Leechy. That is my name, Lars Newt. It's going to be it for Leechy and I here tonight, but it's not going to be it for you guys. You're going to be seeing some more Rocket League coming up after this.
Welcome everyone, it is time for more action here at the NECC. I'm Hale Monkeyman inside the booth alongside Bearlight Gaming, and we have your final match for this week 4 of competition. This is the fall split for Rocket League, and it has been nothing but heinous with the amount of energy, excitement, and talent we're gonna get on the pitch. And we have one more set for you in the Challengers Division. Bear, who are we gonna have lighten up the grass out there?
Oh my goodness, well, I have to reflect on the stream that we've seen so far. It's been incredibly exciting throughout every single Tuesday of the regular season so far, but tonight, Hail Monkey Man, you mentioned it, we have quite the matchup to end off on. It's going to be Blue Gold Esports facing off with Carroll University, and I could not be more excited here in the Challengers Cyan Division, which, of course, is the second most competitive rank-wise, but then again, all of these divisions so incredibly tight. I cannot wait for this matchup here.
Yeah, this one's going to be amazing because you have Blue Gold. That's at Wisconsin University, Eau Claire, who is actually posting up a 3-0 entire record. So that one is a little bit of misnomer. They haven't been able to beat anyone or haven't beaten anyone so far that has a winning record. So this could be a real and true test as they're going to be going against the Pioneers of Carroll University. They're 2-1. They went to game 5 with NTC, who are currently at the number 2 position. This one could be the first real test we get to have for Wisconsin. And, you know, I think they're ready for it. I want to see if they're going to be able to get to the pitch and get there in a hurry, because if we have anything about the Pioneers, they're going to be swinging picks, and they're going to be making some picks to be able to take the lead early in the series.
There's no doubt. I think Carroll University really does give them the first true challenge here, regardless if they pull it off or not. I think Blue Gold definitely has the edge here to some degree. But that being said, Carroll is not going to go down quietly, especially at the end of the night. What a way to cap it off than to take up your division, top of that division, right, with Blue Gold University, or Blue Gold Esports, rather, from Eau Claire. I think that Carroll has a decent shot here, led by Jacob B, who's been absolutely outstanding. One of the reasons why they're able to sweep Sac State Green to begin things off in week 1. So we'll look to him as far as, you know, what he's capable of doing here in this series. Is he going to be that true playmaker that we've seen multiple times, or does he step up and create those goals, right? Is he the one that really puts in the back of the net? It's yet to be seen here, and we're just about to get started, so there's only one way to find out.
You know, it's going to have to also start big from Blue Gold with the TNT combo of Tyrant and Tizzy. Let's see if they'll be able to do that. That is the senior that will be leading off in this particular matchup, and I want to be able to get these guys in there as best as we can. We're going to have game 5 action, maybe. I want this to go to the distance, Bear. I want to have this one be a banger to end the night, because week 4, we're approaching near that midpoint of the season. Lots of contention. It could be Blue Gold that is able to extend their record lead to a 4-0 start out through 4 weeks. That could be great, but it could be Carroll University that's going to make some mess up there and maybe give them their first loss. Let's get to game number 1. It's Blue Gold. It's Carroll University. Let's get it started.
Now the kickoff. His quick jump out there from, of course, Jacob E, the sophomore there, psychology major as well. Look for some head fakes. As you know, he likes to play the brain games, or at least study up on them, which is pretty cool in my opinion. He will leave it here for Two Visions. We'll try to pass it over to In, but cut off by Tyrant. He's back into zone. Tries a wave dash to get to it as he ran out of boost. It'll be End to try to get out of the zone, but unable to do so. So relying on his teammates here. They need to be looking for passes here, as they seem to be trapped in the zone early.
Yeah, they're definitely applying that pressure. A nice extra tap, and actually a miss from the outside. That one's going to leave an opportunity waiting, as Tyrant's going to try and keep this one on the Carroll half. And instead, it is found at the midfield line and In, trying to put it into that supremacy and dominance of just that forward lean. I like the zone pressure, really just forcing them to kind of find these micro transactions, if you will, of getting between these creases. But the opening minute has been that pressure for a long time, and Blue Gold now allowing a little bit of that upfield.
Oh, but a bit of a miss here. A chance in the 50 on the goal line, and In will be able to tap it in. And they will take the 1-0 lead here from a simple mistake, as they went east to west in a double commit there on the defense to try to get that last stop.
You know, Blue Gold, they were able to extend that pressure for all of the first minute, and then as soon as it crawled over the midfield line, Carroll shot downfield, took advantage of an opportunity that they had, and that's the kind that you need to put in the back of the net. They'll be up 1-0. To start off with our game 1 affair here out in the, you know, the mysterious temple as it is. Don't pay attention too much to the trees. They'll catch your eyes wandering. Great passing play. This Tyrant's going to try and extend this in a miss. looking for another opportunity. Tizzy to the back wall. And so far, Carroll just kind of buys their time very patiently, never panics on that goal line.
Yeah, they like to stand fast, but here's a chance here and a pass across right there in the slot, right there in the box. And so they'll even it one here as Blue Gold, you feel like they're going to strike. They've had a lot of pressure here, and finally they break through.
You know, I thought maybe, just maybe, that was a little bit too much patience. You hang out in your house for a little bit too long. Maybe it's time to go on a field trip, get downfield. They had one when they were able to get there, but a nice follow-up as Tyrant's able to put it away. Double to start things off, and a big save by Visions.
He was somehow able to get back to that one, but now they press back in the zone again is Blue Gold. It will be Nimitz trying to get a pass across. They'll leave it for Tyrant. He goes off that ceiling, but read nicely and cleared out of the zone by Jacob P. As they will look to get back into the offensive zone, and though they do temporarily, it's not going to stay here. Animus missing on this one. We'll leave it open, and we'll try to get around it. Unfortunately, did not quite have the angle, and so a chance lost there from Carroll University.
You could say that it ended in a miss. We move on.
Oh my. That got me into Tizzy. Unreal.
The midfield crosshair collaborated by a lot of traffic and trying to make use of that as best as they can. Carroll, they have not been able to stay on offense for very long. They have been met with physical kind of pressure in reverse. End is not going to have too much in the way of boost. He puts a threatening shot on, and Tyrant will be able to put this aside. Vision's trying to extend this play. He gets a double tap. Doesn't think he wanted that, but he's going to find the triple instead. Tyrant really doing well, maintaining possession and trying to get these escape routes for the likes of Blue Gold.
Yeah, very methodical when in the defensive zone, and looks for his teammates. They've been definitely the better team passing-wise. Blue Gold has, as they look to try to get right back to it here. Quick turn, but N going to jump on this one as well, but right in the hands of Tizzy, who will shield it on the wall. He's got one touch forward. The Visions able to get it out temporarily, and a demo from Jacob will clear up some room temporarily, but it's Tyrant right back on it. Quick touch to try to get around in. This one will be right into the hands of Tizzy. He plays it back in, and some more offensive presence here from Blue Gold. That is until Jacob will clear this zone.
You're putting a lot of pressure on Jacob P. Maybe that P means pressure. He owns it. He names himself after it. He's able to take away a would-be escape. That clear with the follow from Tizzy in the midfield line. Now collaborated by a bunch of Pioneers. They're swinging their axes and trying to get the pick through, but Tizzy will take it to the corner first. Jacob P, he'll find the connection, but it's going to be Tizzy that gets it clear. A double commit. Will Tyrant be able to turn? He does, but he's just not going to be able to go there in time as Tizzy follows up instead. An opportunity that is now starting to become much more difficult to find. Top shot! And it's not a miss. It's on target, but it's in a miss that gets the lead.
And this is why Blue Gold has the 3-0 record right here. They're passing right into the zone, but not only that, you realize that one of the teammates was there as well. It was Tyrant rather, there in the middle, waiting for that pass, but bounced off of it because the communication was on point from them, and that's why they were able to call them off, find the right teammate in that box, and Carroll University needs to have somebody in that box to cut it off. Otherwise, that's going to be continuing to happen throughout the series.
The backboard, NMS has done great to be able to get a lot of true connections after leaving a few on the field. Jacob P with a bit of a back pass is more of a dark horse contender for all the connections and working really hard to be able to make these connections true from the midfield, even though the score may not reflect it. That's a nice little bounce out. Tyrant can be under pressure as he's finding Visions in his back pocket and creeps up a little bit too far. That redirect may go on target in favor. Oh my goodness, and they just barely get away.
Yeah, just out of the zone, and now it's Carroll that's hanging on by a thread. They looked like they were threatening before, and now they might. As they try to get around it here, but Animus gonna get to it. It is late here on the East Coast. My apologies, and we'll leave it for Visions. They'll have 8 seconds and one more chance to move it down the field. That's a good start. Jacob P up for it as well, but Animus as well. That mid presence, that was huge. They'll look to kill it now. It hits the ground, and Blue Gold will take game number 1.
You know, they maintained a lot of that pressure early on, and then they were able to get right back to the grind late in that game, and they came out with a nice lead, a couple of good connections, and, you know, ultimately, they this was pretty dead even for a while. Carroll just didn't ultimately find a few more opportunities to go north and south at their opponent's net, but this one had the makings of Blue Gold just kind of taking control and then maintaining it at the beginning and then at the end.
I think so as well. Yeah, Carroll University, obviously the first real challenge here, as you know, you saw some flashes of brilliance there throughout that first game in about a minute and a half period there, but that was about it. Blue Gold owned the middle of the field. You saw Inimus right there in his mid presence to cut off that last play. So when they are predictable, when your opponents are predictable, jump in those passing lanes. I mean, I would argue the same thing for Carroll University. They had those same opportunities to cut off the passing that Blue Gold likes to do to the middle of the field. If you can read it, if you can anticipate it, you can get numbers the other way. You can intercept that pass, and if you get everybody going in the right direction, anticipating that cutoff, then suddenly you have a 3-on-1 Hill Monkey Man. That's a matter of just faking one or getting somebody out front for a demo. Regardless of how you do it, Carroll University can use that to her advantage, and we're definitely seeing that they are the team that may be capable of giving them their first loss.
Yeah, and I mean, they had a lot of good challenges, too. They were able to 50-50. They went to the wall with it. They had a lot of great kind of perimeter play. Just a matter of being able to get that to effectively draw up an offensive opportunity. But we're going to see if that turns out here as we go into game number 2. Carroll fighting from behind, but they got another chance. Let's get to the pitch.
And up the kickoff now, it'll be Izzy that gets the next touch, but Visions looks to follow up, and Blue Gold looking to build on what they established in game number 1, and that was their passing play. I talked about Carroll needing to cut that off. Well, sometimes it's easier said than done, especially when those passes come with a bit of speed. Speaking of speed, that shot had some velocity, but in with a great save there from Carroll. And now Zemo will free up some space. He goes down to the ground, looks for a flick, but read nicely again in the midfield. This midfield, Hill Monkey Man, is owned by Blue Gold right now.
Yeah, they put their flag on it. They have stamped it. In this battle of Wisconsin, these two schools are really trying to vie for who's going to be the top dog. And so far, Blue Gold is the aggressor, the dominator, and they have continued to march forward with their territory and claiming as much as they can. Inimus, rolling backwards. Blue Gold looking for a chance, but a sideline opportunity here. Visions, a back pass, inadvertent, but in will try and be able to catch it. Instead, it's Jacob P that comes forward. That's very opportunistic for the likes of Carroll. They're trying to dish it up on a silver platter for Blue Gold, but they get away.
They looked out on that one. Luckily, you have some players in support. And, you know, typically when Blue Gold's facing a team and they make that kind of mistake, nobody's there to help out. And in that case, Carroll was, so they lucked out on that play. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, yeah. And then you don't want to have, well, wait a minute. Jacob P! He's able to record his first goal going in here. Let's see how this turned out. In had a nice extra challenge and kept this one dead center.
You look at End looking for a bumper demo there, but he already did the job with the 50-50. There was only one back, and so there was really nothing else to do there. Jumped at the last man back, but it was already to be for Carroll University, who jumps out to the 1-0 lead, which, of course, is the right move when you're down 1 in the series. Jacob a bit wide on that shot. It'll be Visions as well. We'll try to play past Tyrant. He gets a good pass out to Tizzy. Oh, but a good read there from In to keep it out. But the passing continues back into the zone. Well, it looks like it'll be a big clear, and Carroll gets out.
You know, I was waiting for Jacob P to get more involved, and so far that has turned about here in game number 2. An extra tap never comes. Vision's going to try and then keep this play alive, but it looks like the possession will go about to Blue Gold. As they now trying to transition downfield. Inimus looking to disrupt anything they can. Don't waste any more boost. They will take their back corner. Tizzy with a back pass. That is very dangerous as the 50-50 was there by End, but it is cut short by Tyrant. And as we approach midpoint of this game number 2, starting to feel like that early goal, similar to game number 1 for Carroll, now has a little bit more control behind it.
Yeah, it's the quicker challenges here in the midfield. I said earlier that Blue Gold was owning the midfield. Well, Carroll recognized that, and they've been meeting their challenges way quicker than they were before in game number 1, rather. As they have been looking a lot stronger throughout. Jacob, a big part of that, the sophomore, will try to dance past one, but not able to as Tizzy got him off on the wall. Now in with the read, and maybe one touch too many as he just set it up for the defense there. But, I mean, good creativity in trying it. Now Visions, it's back up. Jacob almost had it. In will follow up a shot as well, but that one's saved by Tizzy. But a great chance again for Carroll University.
You know, those extra touches may be too many, but then just get some practice. If you're allowing your attacker to come at you and get that many on your own back wall, well, you know, they're eventually going to put those more center on, and those did come, but they never broke through. Big bump on, but they'll be able to move forward as Jacob P is going to hang out in that back corner. A little bit of inadvertent rotations. Those are some of the few things that Carroll does need to clean up. They're kind of getting each other's way, but they still find a nice escape route as we see the back linesman trying to get some boost and waiting it out very patiently. A minute and a half coming up here, Bear.
Yeah, that's one way to stay out of your teammate's way. Just camp the boost, I guess. He sat there for a minute, but now they'll look to work back out of the zone. I digress. It'll be Visions now from the sidewall. We'll try the ceiling instead. Inimus not able to give to it, and we'll actually just wait it out there. Maybe not the worst play, as the opponents were waiting at midfield. Now a quick touch over to Tyrant. He's up. We'll try another touch as well, but a great job from Jacob B to stand strong in his positioning, and we'll get a clear back out. But Inimus turns. What an angle off that back wall. What a save from Visions as he gets it out. Oh my goodness, what an amazing setup play, and a better shot, and an even better save.
What a daring dash that was. They're going to have some individual antics to be able to get out of this and get another chance. But so far, Carroll living on a prayer, living on a dare. Another save. Both sides putting up the iron curtain, but still the single crack that Carroll's been able to find has given them their single goal lead. Less than a half minute to go, and with a shot, it goes barring out.
Oh, hear me out here, Hell Monkey, man. I think everybody will agree, too. These are the two titans of this Challenger Cyan division. I think they've made that clear as both teams are on a mission to get this W. You can tell. Inimus will go back up. Jacob tries to get a pass, but Tizzy read it all the way. This is their last chance. A shot in. Able to get to it now. 6 seconds left. Just needs a big clear, but he doesn't get a touch on it. Inimus will play back into the zone. Visions a chance to clear here and does. And that'll force them on the retreat, needing to keep it up. They will temporarily, but Jacob already up for this one. He's at a boost, but did he do enough? It's still in the air, but hits the ground, and Carroll University will even the series.
A difference of one, this time only one, scored by Carroll University as we get all tied up 1-1. And look at the shooting differential. It was all tied up, linked up at the elbow between these two squads in the first part of this best of 5. And as we go into game number 2, Carroll really found a comfort on their own half, but then took a long time to pick up all those territory flags that Blue Gold was putting into the grass. They said, no, you're not staying here too long. We're putting you on your heels. And wow, what's some great play. And they really just ended up kind of planting their heels to the wall and forcing their opponent back. Blue Gold had no answer.
They didn't, and the defense of Carroll wasn't making it easy either, because I think they did have a couple of solutions up their sleeves. I think they did make adjustments. I think they were attempting to get back to a place where they were comfortable, where they were able to get that over the middle passing. But I think Carroll took away that space. And although those chances went on nets, Carroll did play enough of a bend but don't break status or style there, where they weren't able to let one go. And so Carroll staying strong on that goal line. I think Blue Gold matched it on the defensive side too. I thought they played a great defensive game too. The only difference is they didn't put one in the back of the net. I have a feeling this is how the series is going to go, or pretty close games. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of goal scoring. So when you have those opportunities, that makes it even more crucial to finish them while they're there.
Yeah, and that's going to be the one thing that I think Blue Gold does need to stand strong about their opening minute and a half of play. That's the only time Carroll University has been able to score twice now. Just a single goal each game, but they were able to hold down some defense. We go into game number 3. This one will tell the tale of the tape towards our game number 4 as we are able to find our way towards who will have match point. And it will be Carroll on offense first. And also, big credit to our guys who are rotating the maps. This is one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's one of the things here. So we're going to give it to you radio style here, as our observer, unfortunately, got booted from it. That's what happens with updates here in Rocket League, but we will let you know and keep you updated as he hops back into the skid. Pirates try to get to it, to Jacob. Will look to jump in. Inimus not able to get to it as well, so In tries to push it down the field. Tyrant tries to turn. We'll leave it to Tizzy. We'll instead jump on it too. So it sounds like we're going to get a new lobby here in just a moment. So we're going to start a brand new match here in Hail Monkey Man. We got to talk about how even the series is, so it kind of makes it okay here in a sense. So we'll hop into a game here momentarily. Hail Monkey Man, your thoughts moving forward as we stay at a deadlocked 1-1?
Well, I mean, so far, these guys have shown that they've know how to keep the ball from getting scored regardless. Are we resetting right now, Bear? Is our production okay, so I need to tell these guys, reset. Get these guys out. Appreciate all y'all's patience. So, okay. I know you guys didn't get to see it. You got to see my eyes dart around the screen and a lot of praying that maybe some of this would work out. But these two are very, I think that based on what we didn't get to show the viewers, but got to see ourselves, Bear. These guys are going to be able to really kind of try and supplant who's going to own that midfield territory, who's going to be able to make these passes. We've had a lot of individual beats. We've had a lot of kind of good ball play, lots of verticality now coming out from the likes of Carroll University. They really were extending a lot of their plays to kind of extend and crane the necks of Blue Gold. But Blue Gold, they're answering that in kind. I think they're getting faster. We got to see Tyrant really be a tyrant upfield and forcing that. Tizzy kind of the backup for that TNT combo on their defensive half. And then Inimus, they start being able to create those more offensive plays. And so I like what comes out of Blue Gold, but then you just have such a great defensive unit overall from Carroll. They've limited those opportunities. And I know that no one saw that first minute and 15. It looked pretty good. Okay, it's pretty good.
The defense was really stellar there from both teams, right? I think that they showed up, and there's not a whole lot of adjustments that were made here from Carroll University, but it was the right ones, and that minute change to really challenge in that midfield was the big difference here. So we're able to see them kind of work their magic as they work back to a place where they're comfortable when they got those 2 wins. Like you mentioned earlier, Hail Monkey Man, this team only lost 1 match, and it was by 1 game, and I think that defense goes a long way. I preach it every single time. I say defense wins championship, and you know what? I'm sticking with it. I think this team is really good. Their defense is solid. Now they're back in an even series, and so they know that they're capable of beating this Blue Gold team, and I think they know that now. We'll see if they come back with that bit of confidence.
Defense in Rocket League is obviously, it's half the battle. And sometimes, and a lot of the time, I would say defense does win offense. Or defense wins championships. Defense wins games.
Defense wins offense, baby.
Hey, defense does win your
with
offense.
It. You said it.
Okay, you know what? I'll stand by it. Defense wins your offense. Let me elongate this metaphor, because if your defense is sound enough, then your offense then develops, and you're able to make those transitions downfield. See, I saved it. We're here. Okay, and then you create more of those opportunities. We got to see more shot opportunities from the likes of Carroll. They were down 1 shot in game number 1, and they were able to upend that average by 4 to, I think, 5 in game number 2. Able to make big things happen. So keep your back line solid. Turn that into just morale-breaking plays, so then go downfield and dunk on your opponent. I want to see more scores, but this seems like it's going to be a grinder.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a grind. There's no doubt about it. And this is what happens when you try to steal my phrase. It's defense creates offense, Hail Monkey Man. You've heard me say it each and every time, and that's why it went so horribly wrong. But we are back in live here with some more Rocket League action. You don't have to listen to our voices exclusively, and I bet you're thankful for it. You actually get to see it, as the first challenge here will go directly to this Blue Gold squad, who will look to try to create offense, especially in a game where, they're held to exactly 0 goals. They want to get a goal quickly to prove to themselves that, they can beat this defense.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to be able to create a few more of those cracks. And one thing that we haven't really seen an overt amount of is physicality. We have seen a few of those extra bumps and bruises from Blue Gold, and that was early in game number 1, really kind of tilting Carroll University backwards, but nothing that really kind of ruined these rotations. You're going to see a little bit more of that aggression, I think, as time goes on. Tyrant's on a boost. Going to see if End is going to call his bluff. Tizzy's going to backflip, which is going to create a transition opportunity. Vision's going to stay glued to the ground. The opening minute of play, Carroll University has been the first one to take a goal each game to get that early lead, but this looks like we're gonna have some early pressure from Blue Gold to stay here.
Yeah, another shot on in. Gonna get to that one. Called off a teammate too, as it could have been a double commit, but they stay put. Jacob gets the flip reset, but not able to do much with it, as Tizzy was able to jump on it too. Tyrant gonna miss this one. And he'll leave Inimus in an awkward spot. He's still able to get to it, and will play out of the zone, but only until Jacob turns on it quickly in that midfield. We'll look to press. Visions. Shot on. Tyrant. We'll get to it now, and we'll try to be trapped in the zoner, but a bit clear here for Blue Gold.
Inimus has been just the quintessential player for the likes of Blue Gold. He is kind of working all over the pitch, and honestly is able to make up and help recover anytime that there is an issue on the back line. He's actually going to be the first one here to take it to the corner, give TNT a chance, both Tyrant and Tizzy to rotate. They're both on the front side. Tyrant has to make up for Tizzy, who's going to rotate away. This will arc high. And slowly but surely, both sides just kind of grind their way through, seeing if they can stretch the defense a little bit wider. Losing a possession there as Visions gives a chance over to Inimus. It goes wide again, and we're approaching halftime, Bear. We knew this would be a defensive grinder, and both sides just looking for another chance.
And once you can think of different scenarios where one team will match the energy of another team, whether it be for the better or for the worse. And in this one, each team continues to match here, but it'll be Carol that strikes first. And we'll put them on top with a bit of a mishap here as Tyrant didn't know how to really play this off that back wall and awkwardly touched it out to the box, unfortunately.
Yeah, that ball kind of crawled up the wall behind him, and he had a good idea, trying to really go and capture it, get that possession, and chase after it, but there was not a lot of velocity, and as soon as that ball starts going about 5 miles an hour, it is real tough if your car is going the same. So, Carroll University, again, it's not an early lead, but it is the first goal scored in the game. They're going to get another chance. They bowl it in. That is now a 2-goal lead. That's the first time in a game we've had 2 from Carroll.
Yeah, and still no answer from Blue Gold. Tizzy went for the challenge, unfortunately a little bit late, and wasn't able to get that touch away. It was so close. Visions will stick with it, get the touch in. It'll be T.O. Carroll moving in to halftime here in this game number 3. If you're just joining us, it has been a great series. 1-1 in it. Carroll won the last game and is clearly on momentum's favoring side. As it'll be Inimus. Tries to work past Jacob. Now wait for it. Does get a touch past Tizzy, but it'll be Tyrant with the quick turn as well. Tizzy said, hey, I'm at a boost. I'm going to grab this 100 boost you stick with. And will now be a pass across. Inimus. It's one touch. Stayed in the air. Looked like he was going to try to get it. Oh, his shot just wide. And Visions will try to sidestep, but Blue Gold keeps the pressure on. Another chance, but it goes wide. And this will be right into the hands of Carroll, who escapes harm.
Tyrant. He's going to run after Jacob, who has kind of gone into ghost mode, which has been all right for a while because both End and Visions have been really taking up the bulk of the work. And Visions trying to work for a second 50-50. Jacob looking to get his own. And you just have nearly the entirety of Carroll all over your goal line, looking for a little bit of a fake out. That's going to get turned aside. Visions will be chasing after it, and Inimus will find a demo onto Jacob P. And 2 goals now. Carroll University, these Pioneers, they uprooted any territory control that Blue Gold maintained from the previous game to this one, and they've been able to lay claim to all of this land, just like good Pioneers should.
No doubt, it's Tyrant again. He'll go to the wall. And the senior looked to work from there, but got demoed in the process. Tyrant able to get that demo instead. Inimus tries to find a teammate, not able to do so. Tyrant cuts it off, but it's dangerous here as he'll have to go across the goal. Luckily, no opponent there. That was a dangerous play. Back in front. Inimus with a touch out. Be a read from End. Inimus was demoed off it by Jacob. This has been such a strong player here. Not a bad idea to get him off the field, but it didn't take long for him to make another statement. But it continues to be this story where Blue Gold, they're doing all the right things on the offensive side. Just no goals to show for it.
I'm loving the passing that they're actually setting up. You can see it really develop over the midfield line. They're able to find each other. They know when to go. The shot coming on, and there it hits. Tyrant comes in. Great setup by Tizzy. TNT is dynamite, and they're able to cut this lead in half.
There's a senior showing some leadership here. It took a bounce shot, as typically those shots would be at the middle of the goal, right? Somewhere in that ballpark. And, that allows the opponent to jump up, get a save. In that case, if it's a bouncer, it's so hard to read, number 1, and number 2. The height of that bounce was tough to read and then react to. And that's how they were able to break through. And so now they have a little bit of that momentum, but they only have 9 seconds to work with in a miss. And in will clear right back out. Tyrants will try to trap in the zone. Will do so temporarily. A chance, but Vision will clear it right back out. Inimus needs to keep it up. He does for the time being. And now Tyrant with a great job to keep it up. Inimus demoed off. It'll hit the ground. Great, smart play there from Jacob P. to get that demo. And it'll be Carroll up now 2-1.
They've been able to take 2 in a row, and that's some great contention. They again are winning the shooting battle, and Jacob P just kind of doing the dirty work in the middle of the field, able to create one opportunity. I think that one may have been for End. The other one, Visions, was able to set up. No, vice versa. That one's for Visions. Regardless, this is Carroll really applying the pedal to the metal. They're able to go up, they're able to push to the wall, and they're forcing Blue Gold to be in these defensive issue positions. We saw one where a player was going reverse up their own wall. They're really kind of pushing them to the corners, and they're challenging them every single step of the way and forcing Eau Claire here to really make some mistakes, and then ultimately profiting off of it and forcing them otherwise to march upfield, find some better passing. And that's why they did come away with 1 goal, but not a win this game.
Yeah, and Blue Gold, I mean, that's a good sign for them, right? Because they didn't let Carroll answer their goal. And so, yeah, you're probably thinking, Bearlight, what is it? Why are you saying that when, you know, they lost, right? And now they have their backs against the wall. And that might be true. But Blue Gold, remember, they scored in game number 1, but they were held scoreless. And Carroll actually got the last goal of game 1 as well. So that was a streak of goals there continuously from Carroll. It wasn't a whole lot of them because the defenses have been so strong. But now that Blue Gold got that 1 goal in, they know that they can do it now. They know they can beat this defense, and their passing is back to some degree. I didn't think it was all the way there. Should they transition it back to how they know how to play, this should go in favor of this Blue Gold side. But until then, they got to prove me right. It is game number 4 underway.
You know, if there wasn't ever a brighter field to play on, it's one made of reflective sand and neon yellow and blue. So hopefully they all brought their shades. This is going to be one bright match. Jacob P, first one to contend. Inimus is going to put it back to his own fender, grab some extra boost. Nice respawn for himself. Lots of control here. They're letting him pretty much do anything he wants, but he's unable to put it on target. The defense, a little bit lackluster, but Carroll slowly getting everything together. And this one's been a bit messy in this opening half minute, but Carroll's come out the better of it at this point.
And they continue to press in. It'll be Visions again with another touch of Demo as well, but Tyrants has been the only one really keeping them in here. But I like the fact that it's the senior trying to lead the team. I mean, Tizzy and Inimus have been strong as well, but they just can't seem to break through. Tyrant is great at decision making, and you can definitely tell he's used that to his advantage. And now, I mean, if you are here cheering for Blue Gold, you hope that it turns around and gets you a win ultimately, as they have been a little bit few and far between. Quick pass out from Ends. We'll look to go all the way back with the pass and a bit of a double commit, but nothing really comes of it. And it'll be now Carroll to try to push back out, and we play Pong in midfield.
Carroll University doesn't really benefit too often from actual pure passing plays. They more play from a perimeter style offensive, whereas you have an opposite but equal. Blue Gold have really found that 1-2 combo out in mid and in space. So you're really trying to see where they're going to bring it around from these corners. Visions with another try. That one's been faked out. And then again, you have another double commit. So you get to see Blue Gold try and rebound, see if they can recover Tyrant. The decision making has to be now. And Jacob P just off target. We're approaching about 3 minutes remaining. A little bit of extended sand coming out here in the near wasteland. I guess this is kind of like Grand Canyon, Arizona time desert. And so far, no one's sweating, but no one's able to score.
Yeah, now are you surprised? I mean, it's been a defensive grind of a series so far.
Oh, yeah.
It continues to be that way as well, as these two defenses have put on a show. It'll be Tizzy. He's eyeballing Inimus across the field, but so is End, as the pass was telegraphed. They could tell who was coming. They're able to jump on it accordingly. This will be quite the bounce, as Vision was able to read it. Tizzy, not so much. Visions now has plenty of space. We'll try to go across with it, but good recovery effort, and that's all due to the speed of Tyrant.
Tyrant keeping everything clean. They actually will barely get there. Jacob P making myself go up an octave. I didn't think he'd be able to dash in time. Another chance. Inimus may be able to follow it up. Look, I'm a soprano, okay? I think. I don't know. I'm not quite sure about all the choir positions, but I know I could get there. Inimus, just find me at Christmas time. We'll have a lot of carols to sing together, Bear.
Oh my.
But so far, this one, the holidays have come early because this series has been a gift of defense with less than 2 minutes remaining. Gotta see if we're gonna have just one score in this entire game.
The holiday carols, would you say?
Oh,
Tizzy
yes.
right back out of the zone. Jacob might miss this. Now it's heading back towards their net. Visions will have to do something big. He does with a couple of touches. The blade out to the corner. It'll fool one, but it won't fool Tyrants. He puts it across, but Jacob able to get to that one. Visions a quick turn. Inimus with good rotational feel. Was able to get to it accordingly. Carroll may not get back here. Jacob able to get to it. So those defenses that we've been praising here in this series, they've been giving opportunities. I think that the offenses, they just don't expect it at this point.
Yeah, well, they don't, and then they try to chase down that one that has just this aligned gap. Shot opportunities have been mostly on target, and it's either someone in respawn or someone out there in time. Oh, and a dismount! And a miss. He's able to find our first one of Game 4. That is one that Blue Gold desperately needed.
Oh yeah, that's a huge goal, because you know that they haven't scored a single first goal in any of the games so far. It's been all Carroll to start things off, and Blue Gold again had the last goal, like I was saying, before this game even begins. So huge goal in this game number 4, as it'll be the first blood with just a minute remaining. This will be another good chance too. Is he not able to quite connect? He was just a little bit off.
You want to be able to get those put away if you can, and that one may come back to haunt them if they cannot to get this further, but they still hold that lead. 45 seconds coming up. Tyrant, a little bit of a pooch kick back. It's going to be Inimus who will follow up. He's in a 1-on-2. He's got Tizzy as a support cell, but Tizzy cannot connect with it before End is able to get it clear. But Tyrant maintains control. That senior doing great work to give his teammates time. Inimus, a bump, the boost. Can they get the ball? Yes, they do. They stay upfield. Visions. Does he have a vision? Does he have a sideline for the ball? They give it up. This one dangerously floating. They let it go, and Tyrant comes in to score.
Oh, you knew the way the Tyrant's been playing that if you let that ball hang in the air and sit there, Tyrant's gonna jump on that. That's a good play, good read, and the right moment to jump in on the play. Great job from the senior.
That is insurance, and that could be our Game 5 ticket, Bear. I wanted this to go the distance. It looks like we might just very well do that. And looking for one more chance. Everyone up for Carroll. They're realizing they want to be able to put this one away, but it may be just a realization summed up too late. This clear, these seconds, that's not enough time. Carroll University, they're going to let Blue Gold sneak their way in. We are going the distance to Game 5.
Oh, this is so exciting, Yo Monkey Man. And of course, the right way to end out a night like this. Rocket League night at NECC is my favorite, and I might be a little bit biased, right? Because I get the pleasure to be here on broadcast. Not only that, with you and the great team behind the scenes here at the NECC. That being said, how appropriate. A Game 5 to end this off. There hasn't been more than 2 goals scored from either team throughout the entirety of the series. The defenses have been locked down, and the Game 5, when the defenses are locked down, you know what that screams for in my mind, Tail Monkey Man? An extended overtime. Let's keep this night going. Let's keep it rolling.
Oh man, if we go 1-1 in the regular time frame, and then we go to whoever scores 2, I don't think we've hit 3. Have we only ever hit 2 max per team? I think that's look, that is Wisconsin sports. You guys don't score very much, and when you do, it's on some school for the blind or otherwise. You got to make sure that you have plenty of time. But these guys out here, this is the battle for your state. This is Eau Claire. This is Carroll University. This is these two teams just going at each other at neck and neck. And great response from Blue Gold to be able to stay in it. Some players have been saying Blue Gold flies together or they triple commit. That's been true a few different times. Carroll University, they have been a little bit sus being able to start hot, and then when they have been, they get hotter. We go Game 5 regardless, Bear. This one could be anyone's game.
Let's go to the Forbidden Temple. It is game number 5 about to start off, and Carroll University just got bested in that last series, which we haven't seen since game 1. It is game 5 of the last series here on our NECC Tuesday, and a quick goal from End as he's looking to end it 1-0 here for Carroll University.
Unluckily for his name, we still have about 4 minutes, just under 5 minutes to go. So we don't get to end with that. But that is another game opening score, and it hasn't been 100% for Carroll to win off of those, but it has been a good precedent and a good tone setter. I would be sit backwards in my chair if this suddenly became a shootout. That would be absurd if that's how this kicked off.
Oh, that'd be so exciting, though, to see that offense. And I think they're here to prove you wrong with the offense. We'll see. But also, I thought you were making a knock to the Green Bay Packers. You're like, Wisconsin teams, they don't score. But anyways.
Well,
I think that was sideways. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Regardless.
Yeah, we'll go back to that eventually.
It'll be Inimus. He'll work from the sidewall, looking to play it across. Dizzy's there, but unfortunately commits a little bit too far. And Tizzy's been just a little bit off tonight. We've seen Tizzy play before, and obviously you don't get the 3-0 without a full team effort, but he's been just a little bit off. That being said, that one's way too close for comfort. Vision didn't have a lot of boost to try to get back to it. Luckily for him, it didn't go. Inimus back up. Uses his ceiling to get it right back down to Tyrant. What a pass there, and a save from End. Man, this passing again here before this blue gold side has been incredible over the past 2 games.
If they continue to challenge from the side of Carroll onto blue gold and just cut those down, they're going to cut off the lifeblood that is blue gold. Tyrant with a nice little pooch over to Inimus, and some of these have been a little bit off, but it gives a consistent opportunity for the 1-2. Oh, look at that 1-2. Tyrant to Inimus, bang, bang, thank you. We get tied up again.
Oh my, what a play there. The pass again, that was deja vu from just a couple of seconds ago, but this time they nail it. Inimus, apparently, and chat, thank you for correcting us. We'll now use the correct pronunciation as he's made a name for himself. Inimus again, 2-1.
You know, and vowels are difficult, but not scoring on kickoff when your guy isn't there. Visions with a little bit of a flip that never made it, and Enamus. All right, now that we know the inflection, Enamus. All right, we got it. Okay, appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome out there. 2 in a hurry from Blue Gold. This one becoming a banger already.
It has been. It'll be ends right back up, flip reset. And suddenly the mechanics are coming out. They've been so focused on their defensive stands here, but now seeing this mechanical play. Oh my goodness, they almost scored on that one too. As Carroll looking to try to get a step forward, but every single time they do, again, they're on it. Blue Gold again. It'll be Visions. Gets past one, but again, Tizzy with a quick turn. Will go off this corner. Had to go right back up for it, though, because no teammate in support. They had both gone on the previous play.
One thing that I do want to start seeing a little bit more of from Carroll. They've been so good just owning the perimeter, getting these challenges, winning the control when they can, and these chances! It's the individual beats that create more, and End is able to get another one to shoot and score.
And listen, we wanted a shootout. Here it is. Visions with a 50-50 there to put it right back in the box. And that is a crafty play there to leave it for End. He'll tap it in. This might be the shootout we're all looking for. Chat, get hyped. It is 2-2. This is double the amount of points scored in any of the games here in this series. It's already been a goal fest. Visions will look to add to it. Ready to pass across. Tyrant leaves it for Tizzy now. Has plenty of room to work with a quick pop. As he could have settled, but he made the right decision there to go above the defender. Great play by Tizzy.
And making that immediate decision just right there. It's like, all right, bang. You know what? Just deal with this. Oh, what? You can't? Cool. I'm going to get the lead back for my team. And just when we're calling his name for not being able to perform up to snuff tonight, he's doing it right then and there. We are getting so many of these pass plays now developed from both sides. You had a possession play off of the original kickoff prior to that first goal, and then you're now getting to see a lot of Blue Gold trying to do the same. And looking for options and visions. He's looking for a floor pinches taken away. That one is going to put to the backboard. Awkward position. Will End be able to get there? I think we have someone in the wings, but instead, it's 2 defenders. Jacob P. Does he have a chance to get to anyone? And it's put back in. We're tied at 3.
All right, when you see 2 in the corner here, you know they're in trouble. But when Jacob got that touch and Tyrant went up, when the senior there of Tyrant's missing, that's a difficult read. You know it. And open was the backside of the goal because of the commit there in the corner. So now a tie game here, 3-3, 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. And possession for Carroll right off the bat. And a couple of touches to play it right past the defense, who will look to regroup, but they're late to it, and Visions had a chance, but fortunately for Blue Gold, it went wide.
This game's going to come down to final execution. Will it be a defensive miscue and take an opportunity and advantage of that from Carroll on the offensive half? Or will Blue Gold find that nasty 1-2 combo out in space? And they have run out of boost. They call it for Jacob. The shot opportunity, but Visions can't get on top of it in time. Finding a few extra points or a few extra bits of boost out in open space, and has to rotate away, and that will be an offensive cut short. And again, Tizzy calling his name, taking it away. A minute and a half remaining, Bear. This has been the most goals we've seen in a single game in this series. Neither side giving up.
This is what I like to see out of Tizzy, right? Like we said, maybe not performing the best. We've seen them play great before. And, jumping up and really rising to the occasion, which is why Blue Gold has their undefeated record, but is under threat right now because Carroll University has it together. A great passing play down the field. It'll be Jacob to try to play. They'll be patient with it, though, and Tyrant, this senior, able to get it out for the time being. Will be met from a 50 here. It sits there, and Tizzy will get a shot on. It'll be a little bit wide, and Jacob back out of the zone. And Tyrant, quick turn and good recognition and great anticipation. That was the right time to challenge.
Yeah, that would have been a giveaway to a cherry-picking Visions who was just waiting for anyone to find him, and this one will be moved all the way up. Huge pinch. We're playing some huge ping pong. A minute and a half, actually a half minute coming. Oh, a big takeaway. And Amos gonna try and recenter this. Tyrant, it actually is helped out by Jacob. A lot of panic, a lot of speed, a lot of boost being used by both sides. We may be finding that OT going to the end of this game 5. Who's gonna stay alive? 20 seconds remaining. Tyrant, he's gonna maintain control off the tip of his hood. It's stolen away by Visions. Visions trying to retreat. It's a double commit. It's an open net. Can they shut? The shot is defended aside. We may be doing it again, Bear. Round and round they go. Where we stop, nobody knows.
It's 2 seconds now. Tizzy looking to try to get it in Tyrant. Plays it across, but Vision's able to get a touch out. Inamus with a great job to let it hit the ground, and we have ourselves overtime. I called it no Monkey Man. This is exciting. As we'll see if things settle down or if it's a quick goal. Usually goes one of those two ways, and we'll try to start it off, but a big clear out. Visions has to be careful with this as the last man back, and unfortunately put it back towards his net, but Jacob will follow, and so far so good. 15 seconds through, and the teams can finally relax. Or can they?
I'm trying to find my own time to relax.
The bump! There it is!
Relax! It's Mayhem Bear! They find that one chance when I found a breath, and they take a breath of relief as End will end it. He started it, and he's the finale.
Oh my, the bump at exactly the right time. And usually it takes a little bit of time for a team to develop, but that's the necessary factor to go into an overtime winner. In this case, I think they came out with that strategy. Hey, if it's available, if you're able to get to it, get a bump out in front, especially when it's the right decision to make. You like that great decision making, and we knew if anybody was going to take on this undefeated blue gold team, it was going to be Carroll. And at the end of the day, it was Ind that started that game 5 with the goal and ends it with the hat trick. Great job from this team all around, and Carroll takes it to blue gold and will ultimately win that game 5 by the count of 4-3 in the series 3-2.
Man, Carroll University, they were able to improve their record to 3-1. Blue Gold will suffer their first loss, and I knew this would be their truest challenge. They now have been on notice. They have realized their mortality, and they will have to move forward from here. But that's a good thing for the regular season. I don't like clean sheets. I like to be tested, and I like to get a little bit dirty. That's what this university is going to have to really respond with. Carroll able to come from the depths, and that early experience when they went to Game 5 against NTC and just couldn't get it out, they're able to do it against an in-state rival. What an amazing series, Bear. I'm glad we got to cast this one. This was chef's kiss. Great. Oh,
so incredibly exciting. Well, if you'd like to follow us at Hail Monkey Man on all the social fronts, you can follow me at Bearlight Gaming as well. And a big shout out to NECC for yet another great week. Both the producers behind the scenes, as well as the team of observers, everything that goes into a nightly basis here at the NECC network. So we want to thank you as well as a viewer for tuning in and watching these games, because without you, what would be the purpose and the many colleges that go into this entertainment factor that we get to see every night. This is Hail Monkey Man. My name is Bearlight, and you've been watching this NECC Rocket League Nights on the NECC Next network.